having spaghetti in my face. You were here an hour early?
I was here at 6 o'clock thinking you were gonna go crazy.
Whoa.
I'm gonna call the special meeting of the Board of Aldermen to order on Tuesday, July 6th, it's 2021 at 7 p.m. in the Aldermanic Chamber, as well as Zoom teleconference. The prayer will be offered by, I don't know if we have anyone here with the prayer. Do we have a city clerk on?
Gloria, I'm on.
Okay.
Oh, Alice, great.
Deputy Clerk Allison Waite will read the prayer, and Alderman Harriet Gathright will lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Almighty God, we have the high honor and the serious duty to manage the affairs of our beloved city. Fill us, O God, with a spirit of unity and understanding, which enables us to face our multiple problems with a serene mind, with justice and charity for all, so that any and all decisions made by us will always be for the betterment and greater happiness of all our fellow citizens. So help us God. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To join by Zoom, please refer to the agenda or the website for the meeting link and telephone number. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please indicate if participating via Zoom, why you are not meeting in person, and whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
I am present and I'm in the chamber.
Alderman Clee.
I am present. I am not in the chamber. I am actually on vacation. I am zooming in. I am not alone in the room, but I have my headset on and no one can hear. Thank you.
Alderwoman Kelly.
I'm here in the chamber.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'm present.
Alderman Karen.
I'm here.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I am here participating by Zoom. I was unable to make it back in time to Nashua from work. I had prior commitments, and there's no one in the room with me, and I can hear everyone.
Alderman Lopez.
I'm here, I'm in the chamber.
Alderman Tenza. Alderwoman Liu.
Here.
Alderman Jettie.
Here.
Alderman Schmidt.
I am here.
Alderman Laws.
I'm here, I'm at home, I'm minimizing my social contact as much as possible because my pregnant fiance is unvaccinated.
Alderman Cleaver.
Present. I am Zoom by mobility issues and I am alone.
Alderman Harriet Gathright.
I am present and I am in the chamber.
Alderman Wilshire.
I am here.
All right, you have 10 physically in attendance and 4 via Zoom.
Thank you. At this point in the meeting, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Alderman Karen, who is the chair of the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. We are here for a special Board of Aldermen meeting on July 6, 2021, to hear public testimony concerning R-21-151 relative to a ballot referendum concerning sports betting within the city of Nashua. So we're going to start within the chamber first. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in testimony in favor? Please come.
Can I just, as a point of order, ask Alderman O'Brien to put his mic on mute?
Someone's computer is, or mic is not.
I'm muted.
No, I don't think you are, but.
Okay, we have an echo.
Say so.
We have an echo.
Jeff, are you available?
Yep, I took care of it, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, someone raised their hand. Okay, please come to the podium and state your name and address, please. And the clerk will tell you when she starts the 3-minute time limit.
Good evening. My name is Giovanna Bonilla. I live at 5 Hopi Drive here in Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm also the Director of Events and Partnerships at Boston Billiard Club and Casino.
Okay.
I am here to ask for the board's support of the referendum for sports betting being put back on the ballot. I believe the last time it was on the ballot, my understanding from the sounding boards and talking to the community is there was a deep misunderstanding on what the vote was for and what it actually meant. So this is not to decide if people can bet on sports. It is legal. I think people know that now. But it's legal in the state. They can do it from their phone. The only thing this would do is allow people to go to a brick and mortar in-person facility to make their bets. There will only be 10 in the state, so the longer we wait, the less likely we'll ever have one in Nashua. I assume that they will make their 10 selections in the future. 51% of the proceeds would go to our education fund for the state, so it would do great good there. And while it wouldn't directly support charitable gaming in Nashua, it would indirectly support immensely, as it would draw people in and definitely make us more diverse and get more people to come to Nashua to watch games, come on Sundays, and they might dabble and support the other games, therefore supporting our food and beverage sales and also the charitable gaming that benefits many of the Nashua charities that we have here.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak in favor? Okay, we'll go to the Zoom. Is there anyone who would like to speak concerning the gaming that's on Zoom? Would you raise your hand so we can see you?
Jim,
Okay. Mike Apperberg? Please state your name and address.
yes. Well, you already stated my name, but my name is Mike Appleberg, President of the United Way of Greater Nashua. I would also, as was just previously stated, like to express my support of R21-151, putting the issue before the voters of allowing sports gaming in the city. We are one of many nonprofits that have participated in charitable gaming and have benefited greatly from the proceeds of charitable gaming in our community. Between Boston Billiards and the River, these two organizations have pumped through their charitable gaming operations literally many millions of dollars in between the two, well in excess of $10 million into our city's nonprofits, supporting really critical resources. Now, I understand that sports betting will not directly benefit charitable gaming, will not as such directly have proceeds benefiting charities. However, the vitality of these organizations is a function of the product they have to sell to the public and how interesting it is as a place to go and spend your money. We have some very competitive organizations just across the border. For example, the Revere Casino, the Everett Casino rather, down in Boston is a huge competitor. There's also competition up in Maine. We really just do not want those dollars leaving our community if at all possible. So I'd like you to consider putting this on the ballot. And I'd also like to reinforce that we should put some muscle behind communicating what this actually means this time around so that people aren't confused when they go to vote. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you entertaining this motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak in favor of?
Jim Rafferty would like to speak. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, could I have your name and address, please?
James Rafferty, 52 Main Street, apartment 404. I am the general manager of the River Casino and Sports Bar, and very near future, the Lucky Moose Casino and Tavern at Exit 6, where I'm sitting right tonight. I wanted to speak in favor of R21-151. I think it would be good for the city of Nashua. When we look back at the previous opportunity for folks in Nashua to vote in favor of sports betting,
I think there was a lot of confusion about what people were betting for. And I think it's much clearer now. And we need to do a better job of communicating with all the citizens of the benefits of sports betting for Nashua. The citizens of New Hampshire and the New England and the United States have voted with their feet on sports betting. It's extremely popular endeavor, and we need to get into this business. When people say, people are going over the state line to do it, the heck with that. Manchester's taken a lot of money out of our pockets by not having a facility here. So there's lots of good reasons to do it. My company will support it. We're going to do a better job of communicating, and I really appreciate Mike O'Brien and Ben Clements and Trish Clee for helping us get this resolution going. And I would ask you all to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, once again, anyone else on Zoom who would like to give testimony concerning sports betting? Okay, seeing none, we will now take testimony in opposition of sports betting. Is there anyone in the chamber that wants to speak in opposition? Okay. All right, we're looking on Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom who wants to speak in opposition of sports betting? Okay, seeing none, we will repeat. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of sports betting within the chamber? Okay. Anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing none. Testimony in opposition of sports betting. Anyone within the chamber? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, we will call the public hearing on R-21-151. Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman?
Yes, Alderman Lowe.
I received a message that someone's having trouble with the password getting in on Zoom.
Well,
Would we be able to repeat that?
they'll be able to speak during public comment. Okay. Okay. We will move on to legislation R-21-152, proposing an amendment to the city charter relative to adding 2 additional members to the Board of Health. Alderman Wilshire.
We asked the sponsor to give us a synopsis of why he's putting this legislation in.
Oh, I was going to ask that, and if there was anyone from the Board of Health that wanted to speak on this. Alderman Lopez?
Yep, so as we all know from the pandemic, when there's a major health crisis presenting itself to Nashua, the Board of Health is the one that we turn to for health advice and best practices for managing it. They also meet monthly to go over the operations of the Public Health Department, everything from city welfare to grants coming in to other outbreaks that don't necessarily have as pronounced an impact on us as a community, but definitely impact individuals as a whole, like Lyme disease outbreaks or hepatitis outbreaks, that kind of stuff. What became apparent, in my opinion, over the last year was with a board of 3, they're very vulnerable to their own needs, professionally speaking. They have an obligation to treat their patients, they have to maintain the appointments that they schedule, and sometimes meetings where they're exploring public policy can become longer than anticipated, or issues can come up that need to be addressed faster. And when you only have 3 people on the board, if you have one person who's not able to make it because of work obligations, or who has to leave because of work obligations, you're basically left with a 1 versus 1 committee. So discussion becomes difficult because if there's any disagreement, they can't reach a resolution. So what the ordinance, what the referendum does is it introduces the opportunity for the voters to adopt an ordinance that would upgrade the the Board of Health to 5 members instead of 3. And because it was originally conceived of before psychiatry was particularly recognized, one of the positions could be a medical doctor, but could also include someone with doctorate level experience in psychiatry. That's, I think, more relevant today than ever it has been, because we're facing public health issues like suicide outbreaks and substance misuse outbreaks, where the opioid crisis is more specifically a substance use disorder, and that discipline has more input on it. And then additionally, one of the spaces could be used for somebody who has advanced public health knowledge or experience, because as it is right now, we don't have any public health practitioners who aren't employed by the city. So that's what the ordinance does, is it allows for a more flexible quorum to be reached. And if there's an incident where there's a health crisis facing the city, we're not going to put the Board of Health members into a situation where they have to decide between treating a patient and advising policy for the city.
Okay, thank you. Director Bagley, are you on Zoom?
Yes, good evening. I am here. I am at home.
Okay, would you be willing to speak on this on behalf of the Board of Health Commissioners?
We have the chair of the Board of Health who's also on.
Oh, okay, yes, I see him now. Okay, would you like him to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Storrs, would you like to speak concerning this piece of legislation to expand the Board of Health Commission?
Yes, please. I would, you know me, I'm not a great public speaker. It's not my forte, so I've written things down in notes, and I hope you can accept my apology for such. Also, when I came on the Board of Health, I didn't have reading glasses, and I now do. I would like to say I'm speaking for all the members of the National Board of Health, and have Dr. Chuck and Dr. Stephanie's permission to do so. Each and every one of us are not in favor of this proposal. We do not support the opinions presented by the proposer regarding members not being able to make meetings, having to postpone vital votes, or not having the time to commit to the Board of Health and the best interests of the city of Nashua. I would like to say, I'll leave the rest of that maybe for a little bit later, and just kind of go down the things that I think are the pros of the board as is. The current size works perfectly. It allows for better productivity and actually a quick response, and therefore I'm in disagreement with Tom on that. Smaller boards can do that, larger boards can't. The current doctors are focused and committed. They are a great complement to each other, resulting in different opinions, deep thought, and robust discussions. They work well together along with the city health teams. The doctors have a high level of trust of each other and the health teams that support us. There is no personal or political bias. Each team member has a specific role that complements the team. We play well off of each other, and we play well with each other. We are war hardened. What we saw last year would beat down any professional, any person for that matter. None of us has seen this before: education, private practice, or public health. And I hope we never see it again. But it's not over. We're seeing action from the variants, and you may recall my words when we lifted the mask. The variants were what scared me at that time the most. What we believe are against this, we don't need to change and complicate matters. Believe it or not, it's hard to find professionals to serve time and commit. My 25 years on the board, we've asked many people, and some of them would have loved to, but they just can't do it. 5 is a harder number to integrate. I've served on many committees throughout my years, and I can tell you the smaller, there is a reason why we have committees, subcommittees of larger committees, is to get the work done. And we get that work done, and we work well together, and we trust each other, and we trust the people around us. If I have to know something, my go-to people are Bobby, any one of the chairs or the members of the public health, and each one of the doctors that I have. We feel that there's no need to break up the team. We weren't consulted on this, period. And you need to know that this was an email sent to us 1 hour before the Board of Health meeting, and off it went. I think if Tom had spent the time to sit down with us and talk with us, I think he would see this a little bit differently. One of the things that we have that's unique in our group is we have people that kind of our go-to people that can sit in the meeting, because all meetings are open to the public anyway, but they just don't vote on the board. I'll give you an example. Dr. Alex, he was our infectious disease doc, immensely important over this pandemic. He gives comment, he asks questions, he gives answers, but he doesn't vote on the board. And that could be the same with any other person, and still expand our capabilities, but at the same time keep things kind of close. I apologize for even being here. I think if we had sat down and gone over this prior to this meeting, there would be no need to take up the aldermanic time. Thank you.
As a point of personal privilege, some comments were made about me directly, and I would just direct the public to, I did in fact bring it up at the end of both the April meeting and the May meeting. It was not included in the agenda, and both meetings were ended without discussion. But no opposition to it was voiced by anybody but the chair.
Okay.
So excuse me, I'd like to retort to that.
Okay.
If the
It's
chair
not
has-
necessarily a back and forth. I'm just identifying what you have attributed to me.
Okay.
And I do believe I have the ability to respond.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Storis, and then we'll move on.
I'll keep it short. If there was opposition, I believe the prudent thing to do would be pick up the phone, call somebody, talk to somebody. There certainly could be a meeting, me, you, the other board members, Bobby. There was the opportunity. And if you said this happened back in April, and I'll check the records on that. If it happened back in April, they gave you April, May, June, July to sit and say, hey, what do we got going here? You guys for this or against it? Didn't happen.
Okay.
This
Thank
is
you.
public comment, so I'll just wait for the aldermanic meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Okay, so now we'll move on to testimony in favor of R-21-152 relative to adding 2 members to the Board of Health. Is there anyone within the chamber who would like to speak in favor? Please come to the podium. No one? Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom who would like to speak in favor of adding 2 members to the Board of Health? Please raise your hand. Okay, we don't see anyone, so we'll move on. Testimony in opposition of adding 2 members to the Board of Health. Anyone within the chamber who would like to speak, please come to the podium. Okay, no one. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak in opposition? Please raise your hand.
Lori Ortolano.
Okay, please state your name and address, please.
Yes, Lori Ortolano, 41 Berkeley Street. I just want to let you know, I'm really glad I was able to listen to the board president speak on this. I do not support this at all. I've been on boards, and when you have a board of three, it's a real pleasure. You can be three people who work together and respect each other, can get so much done. And I also think that, filling board seats isn't easy. Filling these volunteer seats essentially is not easy. And adding to them is not necessarily the right thing. When Alderman Lopez discussed this a week or two ago, I kept listening for him to say, my full board is backing me. I wanted to know the position of the three members of the Board of Health. And there was nothing being said about that. I live very close to Dr. Stephanie, and I walked down to the house today and knocked on the door, and unfortunately she wasn't there, so I couldn't talk to her. So I am very, very happy that I was able to listen to the chairman talk. Dave Tenza mentioned at the last meeting that, everything's boards of five is the way we go, and that's just not true. The Board of Assessors is a board of three. Nobody's been working to beef that up because you'd all be terrified I'd get a seat, for God's sakes. So, we keep it as three, and that's what you do. The commissioners have been three, and I don't even think the police commissioners as three are inappropriate. I think it's fine, and there are other boards in this city, because I looked through them, that are boards of three. And I tell you, you don't want to just flush these away and say we've got to add people in order for them to be productive. This pandemic was a very unusual situation, and we shouldn't use it to make a precedent on how the board should operate. I think we won't see this continue, and we'll get behind this, and that board will be just fine doing what it does. And when there's time for a replacement, I appreciate, other people, but we have a diverse board. I think we have a dentist, a thoracic surgeon, and a pediatrician, something of that nature. And as people move on, we can put a mental health person. You can put a holistic doctor. Imagine that. That would be pretty, interesting. Do whatever you want to do. But I do not support adding seats, and I would ask that the board not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to testify in opposition? Okay, seeing none. We're looking for testimony in favor. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom who would like to speak in favor? Seeing none. We're looking for testimony in opposition. Anyone within the chamber or on Zoom that would like to speak? No. Okay. Looks like we have none. Madam Clerk, would you make a motion? Oh, she did. Yeah, okay. I need to. All right. I would like to take the time to close the public hearing on Resolution R21-152, proposing an amendment in the city charter relative to adding 2 additional members to the Board of Health at 7:28. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Tenza. Alderwoman Lou.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt.
Yes.
Alderman Laws.
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
But 14 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you. So the special meeting of the Board of Aldermen is adjourned at 7:28 PM. We will continue with the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee meeting in 3 minutes. Thank you. Ready?
We're live.
Okay, would everyone please take your seats so we can start the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee? Thank you. So this is the meeting of the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee, which is being held Tuesday, July 6, 2021, at 7:35 PM in the Aldermanic Chamber, as well as via Zoom teleconference. So evidently, we had someone who couldn't get on Zoom, so I'm going to give the numbers and passcodes, if you would give us a minute. So to join by phone, you want to dial 1-929-205-6099. The meeting ID is 820-7728-7504. And the passcode is 5511797. And if you can't access, we'll give you the phone number to Channel 16, which is 603-589-3329. And someone should be able to help you. Okay? Thank you. Okay. So I will ask the clerk to please do roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alderman Clemmons.
I am here participating via Zoom. I could not make the meeting this evening. I will say I can hear everyone, although, Madam Clerk, I am having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Is that better?
Yes, thank
I have
you.
a laptop in front of me. Let me see if I can pull it closer. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Alderman Lopez.
I'm here and I'm in the chamber.
Alderman Kelly is here in the chamber. Alderman Karen
I am here in the chamber.
and Alderman Cleaver.
I'm here via Zoom, and I am, because of mobility issues, and I have my daughter here in the adjacent room. I can hear everyone.
We have 5 members present, 2 by Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Also in attendance is Alderman O'Brien, Alderwoman Wilshire, Alderman Dowd, Alderman Lou, Alderman Jettie, Alderman Smith, Alderwoman Harriet Gathright, and I think on Zoom is Alderman Laws. And also Mayor Donches is also in the chamber. Okay. So we will ask for public comment. We just want to remind you that you have to give your name and address. We have limited you to 3 minutes, and try to stick to the items that are on the agenda so that we have an idea of what you're talking about. We will start with those people who are in the chamber first, and then we will go to Zoom, and then we'll go back if there's any need to. So if you are looking to speak, please come to the podium and do all those good things. Thank you.
We'll start with the good things.
Let's start with the good things.
Good evening. I'm Hillsborough County Commissioner Mike Susi. I'm a resident of Nashua, 3 Roseanne Circle, and I'm not here to speak to you under the title of County Commissioner. I promise I am coming to the full board to talk about our budget, which affects your budget. But I do want to talk to you from the perspective of being a past fire commissioner, a past alderman, and a retired Nashua police officer. First and foremost, I want to thank the Board of Aldermen for putting that $660 million back into public safety. We know what that would have done. It would have resulted in the loss of possibly 4 police officers, maybe 12 firefighters. So thank you. I support public safety, firefighting, police 110%. So saying that, I did see a video of Mayor Donchis recently where he talked about we have a very good police department, but we could have a better one. Well, Mr. Mayor, taking $660,000 out of the public safety budget is not a good start for having a better police department. Losing 4 officers, in my opinion, is defunding, or the new buzzword, a reimagined police department. I don't support that. I'm only hearing really 3 excuses on why we want to do this. And one of them is local control, local control, local control. We got to have local control. You do have local control. You have 3 commissioners, all from the city of Nashua, okay? Maybe they're not appointed by the Board of Aldermen or the mayor, but that's a good thing because they're now one step removed. We know in the past there were a lot of investigations, and not having the mayor or the Board of Aldermen been able to impede an investigation is a good thing. You can remove yourself from that. I don't think they're looking for local control. You have that. I think it's political control. And when we've seen political control, when our cities were burning, what happened in Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, we don't want to have that. There's always been an unwritten rule where the police don't get involved in politics, and nor should the politicians be involved in them. You'll see firefighters, you'll see teachers out there with the signs on election day, and I don't begrudge them for doing that. Great, they're doing what's best for their union and their department, but you'll never see police officers out there holding signs. They don't get involved in politics. They just don't. And nor should the politicians be getting involved in their investigations or whatever needs to be done. I worked for UMass Lowell later on, and please give me a 1-minute warning. I worked for UMass.
30-second warning.
Okay, and that was very political because somebody's brother or son needed to get hired. Last thing, we're looking at, the budgets. You're saying that the budgets are coming in too high. So what? When budgets come too high, when I'm county commissioner, I send them back. You set the parameters as all the people. You set the parameters. We set it at CPI, Consumer Price Index. If they came in too high, we sent it back, and then we went and cut. We weren't afraid to do our job, so do your job. If the budget's too high, make your cuts. You'll get what the money says. If you cut too hard, you're going to lose officers or lose something. But you have the ultimate authority, so that's not a valid argument. So I guess I'll end there.
Mr. Susi, you're past your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you. Okay, next.
Hello, members. My name is Ken Siegel. I used to be the Ward 9 Alderman. I'm at 224 Parker Street in Lowell. I'm speaking in 1,000% in objection to the proposal to change the police commission. I have a question that I don't expect the mayor to answer to me. This is just public comment, but it is a question perhaps the aldermen themselves can ask. Would the mayor have voted for this legislation had it been introduced during the Lozo administration when I served with now Mayor Donchis and he was an alderman at large? I will tell you that I can't speak for Jim, but the Jim I knew would absolutely not have supported that, especially given what we experienced directly in dealing with a mayor that was actively hostile to the police department, to the point where the mayor was not putting in finance legislation for police department purchases, basically pocket vetoing them. And you can actually see a meeting where we pulled it off the table and you could feel the radiating hatred because I was the clerk right next to her. So I would suggest that if the mayor would not have voted for it then, and I don't believe he would have, why is it okay now? It's just a thought. As many members of the Board of Aldermen know, who are more senior, and certainly members of the Nashua community, 3 members of the Board of Aldermen went to jail for corruption, including the ringmaster, Phil Grandmaison, who was board president while the investigation was going on. So imagine a situation where he had some influence over the police commission. And let me quote, Tim Heffern's here right now, and he was incredibly prescient at the time. This is from the August 11th, 1995 article by The Telegraph, which I have sent to Alderman Karen, and hopefully somebody can make a motion to include it, even though it was received after the agenda was prepared. So I won't read the entire article, obviously, but here is his quote. He, Grand Maison, flat out wasn't able to act on it. They tried to call us off. An alderman whom the detectives refused to identify called Grand Maison, then president of the board, Heffernan said. The alderman urged Grand Maison to take action to quash the investigation, he said. He flat out wasn't able to act on it, Heffernan said. There was an effort by some aldermen, but it stalled. Heffernan and Hayes credit the city's structure of government with an independent police commission overseeing the department for allowing their investigation to continue. This is a tremendous example of why autonomy is so important, Heffernan said. This could not have been done had we had to answer to the same people we are investigating.
You got 10 seconds.
10 seconds left? Wow, that was quick. Okay.
That was fast.
Then I will conclude my remarks. I think I've said the main points that I would like to get across. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, anyone else that would like to speak? Chief?
Laura Cajon. Thank you for this chance. My name is Timothy Heffernan, 144 Manchester Street. If I were to tell the board tonight that I am looking at options as to how to get a referendum and change the charter to alter the Board of Aldermen, to reduce it from its current size to 7, you would think that's crazy. You'd think it's radical, and you would, I would expect, ask me to provide you with evidence as to why there is some systematic problem with the way the Board of Aldermen works that would justify me suggesting such an outrageous solution. I'm joking about having done that, but I'm using that as a parallel to explain how I think the option of changing the way the commission is appointed, which has worked for over 125 years, is equally as important. I've been asking, and I hope you are, where is the evidence, where is the single piece of example of a systematic failure of the police commission, and by extension, the police department, that would warrant such a radical change to move away from the very format that was put in place 125 years ago to avoid the local politics that were involved in the Nashua Police Department. I can't find anything. The best I've found so far is that there was only one woman appointed to the commission over those 125 years. That's true, but in a void, you have to ask, how many women have actually ever expressed an interest? In my 7 years as a deputy chief and a chief, I had various people, probably 4 to 5, call me and ask me what they could do to become commissioners. I never had a woman ask that question of me or approach me in any way, even vaguely, to inquire. And I guarantee if you called and spoke to some of the past and present executive counselors and asked that same question, they would say they've had very few, if any, women. And there are remedies to find that, to recruit people to be on that board that don't involve having to abolish the system that was set up that works extremely well and has been the envy, quite frankly, of law enforcement agencies around the country that have heard of this, as well as the accreditation people that ensure that we're professional. I ask that you ask that question continually. Where is the compelling evidence that has supposedly caused such a distrust and lack of confidence in the commission and the department, which would warrant such an extreme measure as abolishing the very system that was put in place years ago because of the corruption that had seeped into the department? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak?
Laura Cajon.
No, Laura, we are doing Zoom after we do in the chamber, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gloria McCarthy. I live on Musket Drive here in Nashua. And I'm here this evening to speak to the question before you about the selection process for Nashua's police commissioners. To my surprise, I received several phone calls in the past week or so about this. And the question posed to me was, what do you think Brian would say about this? Well, I gave this some serious thought. So to those of you who called and asked, and to those who might have subconsciously wondered, if Brian was sitting in the horseshoe and the question before him was whether to change from a police commission appointed by the governor and governor's council to one appointed by the mayor and the board of aldermen, the best answer I have for you is in Brian's own words from the discussion about this very subject, the last time it was before this committee, 17 years ago, on December 20th, 2004. After a lengthy discussion about what had been recent police investigations, cooperating witnesses, immunity, and the like, Brian said, "I am not prone to fix it. I don't intend to work in a corrupt environment, and I certainly don't ever want to work in an environment where that is even an issue that we would have to deal with on a daily basis. Frankly, I like the fact that we have an independent police commission, which provides us with a department that scrutinizes things in great detail. I take great offense at some of the comments I occasionally hear from the public of, well, the entire system is corrupt anyway, because I think this system that we have here, in fact, is not, and is quite the opposite. I'm very proud of that. I think there are places where you can't say that, and I would hate for this to ever become one. This is one instance where I truly don't think it's broke. I think we're talking about breaking it. This was 17 years ago. I hope you'll take Brian's words into consideration as you make your decision. An independent police commission allows the police department to do its job without any undue pressure or influence, but with effectiveness, efficiency, transparency, and accountability, all of which are characteristics of good government. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I have to leave before the end of the meeting, but I'm doing 208 for conservation.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak, please come to the podium.
Thank you. My name is Vicki Chesterly. I live at 15 Lutheran Drive. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yep.
In Nashua, of course. And first I want to say I have no concern about the ethics of anybody, the mayor or any of you. But in the future, people who have questionable ethics can get elected to office. So I sent all of you a letter. I don't know if you have seen it, but my father, Jim Chesterly, was a police commissioner for 13 years. And he was very much in favor of having the arm's length of the executive council and the governor choosing the police commissioners. We didn't go into it in great detail back then, because this was a while back, but having an independent police commission keeps things on the, as everyone else has said, on the level. The mayor wants to keep taxes down, and sometimes the police department wants to spend money. So we can't have the police commissioners owing their positions to the mayor. That was one of my concerns. And shortly after my dad got appointed as a commissioner, he worked at Sanders Associates, and one of the Sanders drivers came to his office and presented him with a ticket so my dad could fix it. Well, my dad didn't fix tickets, so he told the person with, fairly forcefully, I'm sure, that he wasn't going to fix tickets and the guy should pay it himself and he wasn't going to charge it to the company. And as far as I know, nobody ever asked him to fix a ticket after that. But that's so minor, but that's the slippery slope. There are people who would try to get favors from the commissioners, and they have to be as independent as possible. And you talked about local control, and we do have some measure of local control because one of the executive counselors is from Nashua. And that's a good person to keep an eye on things. I'm also the vice president of the New Hampshire Speech Language Hearing Association for Governmental Affairs, and I've been involved with how the governor and executive council work together to get people appointed to boards. And it works great as far as I'm concerned. I've sat in on some of their meetings. The counselors take their responsibility very seriously and pay very close attention to the people that they are asked to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions for me, and I hope you all got a copy of
Thank you. Okay, anyone else within the chamber that would like to speak?
Hi, I'm Mike Ballantyne, 9 Bartlett Ave. A couple of things surprised me about this issue, and I think I'm the first one tonight to speak in favor of the resolution. One is that we don't have local control now. I would have expected if I had a problem with the police, I could resolve it with the department, the chief, the commissioners, or my local elected officials, who I find transparent, accessible, responsive. But that's not the way it works. It stops at the police commission. So I think local control is almost always preferable. It's certainly preferable here. The second thing that surprised me is the argument against local control, which seems to be we don't trust our local officials. We don't trust them to be, to not interfere with police work. And I think if that did happen, that improper interference, it would be much easier to uncover at the local level than it would at the state level. So the don't trust local seems to be trust for funding but not control, and that doesn't add up to me. So I hope you'll move this along and give the citizens a chance to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else within the chamber that would like to speak? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Caucasian. I'm a police officer with National New Hampshire, and I'm here representing the Patrolmen's Association.
Okay. Would you please give us your address?
28 Officer James Roach Drive, Nashua, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Throughout my 7 years with the National Police, I have learned a lot of different things. The National Police does not hand you a promotion. They will not gift you a specialty union, and they will not hire below their extremely high standards. Getting further in a career with National Police does not have anything to do with politics. It only has to do with work ethic, dedication, and talent. The men and women I work with understand this. They know that to advance your career with the National Police, you need not to be the best person for the job, and you have to know and care about the city of Nashua. I speak for my fellow officers when I say we are incredibly proud of the kind of police department we are a part of and how the citizens of the Nashua community respect our commitment to them. The changes being proposed would be devastating, not only affecting the morale of the current employees, but more importantly, the excellent level of service we provide to our citizens would suffer if we change the way we hire and promote personnel. We are not hiring someone who might give us corporate contracts with a relative or enable our personal advancement on the force. I've never been told to do something on the down low or make up a story to cover my own actions or the actions of another. We don't do that. We don't have room for that. We would not need to do that. Not only will these changes be unnecessary, causing issues among officers by bringing in politics within the building, but it could very well determine who gets hired, promoted based on who you know. The current system utilized by the department is fully backed by the Patrolmen's Association, whose members I am representing here tonight. The idea of making changes to a well-run, extraordinary, successful, and committed program is frankly beyond our understanding. Every single one of my fellow officers who have varying personal beliefs and political leanings are totally committed to our current system. The Nashua Police Department is nationally accredited, and to this day is known as one of the best departments to work for. I remember going through UMass Lowell and my time in college there where I got my bachelor's degree, and when I approached some of the faculty and professors there and asked them for recommendations on where to take my law enforcement career, they always said Nashua Police Department. However, they only hire the best. It was intimidating to applying. However, I'm here today, and I'm involved in a lot of different things in our community. I'm part of the Mayor program, which helps work effectively with the youth in our community. I also work with the amazing people and the athletes of the Special Olympics. I do a lot of things outside of just being a police officer. I'm part of this community. I love my job. I love the people I work for. I love the people I work with, and I am completely committed to our community. I want to make it better every single day. It really worries me that changing our current system could negatively affect all those things I care about. These proposed changes seem to carry a huge risk with them. I certainly would not want to be known for breaking a system that
Time is up.
that has been incredibly successful. I really appreciate your time here today, guys, and thank you for your consideration here.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Testaverde. I'm the Deputy Chief of Police for the Nashua Police Department. On behalf of Chief Michael Kerrigan, he gives his sincere regrets for not being here this evening. He's with his daughter out of New England, who's in a softball tournament and touring about 7 colleges. You all know the chief, and he wouldn't miss a meeting like this for anything except family. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Aldermen, and Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Before I begin, there have been several aldermen and alderwomen who understand the motivation behind this resolution. They agree that it is not the best practice for Nashua, and they have supported us throughout this process thus far, and I sincerely thank you. For the past several years, myself, Deputy Chief Kevin Rourke, Chief Kerrigan, and former Chief Andy Lavoie have come before this board several times to ask you to do something. Fully fund our budget, approve the purchase of essential equipment, or ratify a sidebar or collective bargaining agreement. These examples illustrate the amount of control and oversight that this board has over the police department. Tonight, I'm here to ask you not to do something. To ask you not to do something that could negatively affect our police department, which in turn could negatively affect our community. I've been repeatedly told by some of you that this is not a power grab by City Hall, but rather a way to instill local oversight and make the police department better. When asked how this resolution would make us better, no one has been able to explain that to us. On April 21st, we had a budget meeting with the mayor, where he initially proposed a 0% increase to our budget. This would have translated to an over $700,000 financial cut. The mayor insisted that through layoffs and attrition, we could achieve this cut. We advised that this would mean a reduction in services to the community and the detriment to our agency. It was obvious he was not pleased with our response. 24 hours later, on April 22nd, the mayor's survey regarding the police commission was sent out. Nashua has approximately 90,000 citizens. The survey went out to 1,900 of the mayor's constituents. We're told that 600 responded. 600 responses out of a city of 90,000 people. It is evident to me how much thought and effort went into this resolution. Since some of you have tried to convince me that this is a well-thought-out proposal and not a mere power grab, allow me to explain how much work has gone into this resolution process. First, the city retained an independent management company to study the way the Nashua Police Commissioners are appointed to determine if this process should be revised, and if so, in what manner and to what extent. Secondly, the management company met with stakeholders to include police, fire, DPW, parking division, and economic development. This was done to obtain the different perspectives of the various stakeholders to determine the effects that changes to the current process could cause. Third, from January to March, 11 separate virtual town hall meetings lasting 60 to 90 minutes were held within each ward to hear aldermen and citizens about their opinions and concerns. And fourth, the contracted management company completed a 20-page report detailing all of these efforts. The final report was issued in May and cited other nationwide trends and issues, along with all city input. It is evident that the city took this endeavor seriously. This was obviously a well-thought-out process in which a considerable amount of time was given.
Time is up.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Your time is up for regular public comment. Your time is up.
Will I get a chance to address the board?
Sure, you can come back. We'll ask if anyone wants to come back, as long as they're not giving us the same thing.
Okay, I apologize, Madam Chair. I thought
That's-
this was an appropriate time
You're
to speak.
fine. You're fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I believe that Sonia Prince is trying to, oh, I'm sorry, but she's not in that.
She's not in the chamber.
I apologize.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
My name is Morris Arell, 6 Fireside Circle, Nashua, New Hampshire. I've had the privilege of sitting where you sit as an alderman. We didn't have all this great furniture, though. We had the 1939 metal desk, but they were pretty good, and 1939 chairs.
I had the privilege of being an alderman at large, privilege of being president of the Board of Aldermen, privilege of being the mayor of the city of Nashua, and the privilege of being a police commissioner for 19 years. Appointed by a Republican governor, Governor Sununu, believe it or not, but reappointed by both Democrats and Republicans. A lot has been said. I don't want to repeat any of it. But the system that we have really, really works. You heard about the issue in the 90s. I was a commissioner at the time, and no pressure was put on the investigation to try to change it because somebody was trying to put pressure on us. It just didn't happen. The department is really the best department in the state. When Craig Sandler came in and reorganized the department in the 70s, he made an amazing change to the city of Nashua. Other departments look up to the city of Nashua because of its quality and ask for experience. We were the first police department in the state, and maybe in most of New England, to be accredited. That was a long, hard process. The department is extremely professional. You've seen the officers that are here tonight. You see the profession, the professionalism in these people. The department is really a treasure for the city of Nashua. Is it expensive? Sure. I remember my first budget as an alderman in the 60s was $4.4 million. And my first budget as mayor was $33 million. My last one was 65. I think you're now at 324 million. I saw it the other day. Things change and things get more expensive. I worked diligently with the chief, and not as often with the commission when I was mayor and when I was president of the board. When I was mayor, I met with the chief regularly. We discussed issues. Sometimes the issues were really, really challenging, and we had to make decisions. Budget was one. Negotiations, when negotiations were going on, I wanted to be brought up to date by then Phil Howarth, who was our city corporation counsel. Steve, you came in after that. But I wanted to be brought up so we would know what's going on. If there was an issue that I thought needed to be addressed, then the chief would come in and we would discuss it. Same thing with the budgets. They're not easy to deal with. Police departments have a tough job. In my 19 years, I never really heard of a shooting. We had a couple of shootings. Now you have them every day. Imagine trying to be a police officer in that kind of...
Sorry, time is up.
We have a great department. I don't recommend changing it, changing the commission structure, because it works. Change for the sake of change is not good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber?
Better talk quickly, huh?
3 minutes, yes.
Okay,
Goes by fast.
okay, yeah, all right, I don't want to use my time up, okay. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the
No,
committee.
we need your name and address, please. Twins.
Jim Tolner,
We
Yeah.
know who you are, but. the
Tolner,
public
1
doesn't.
Sequoia Circle, Nashua.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. As I stand here tonight, I have the same question I've asked the mayor and the alderman. What was the issue? What was the genesis of this? What questions did you have that went unanswered? I speak with the same opinion today as I expressed when I was an alderman in 2004, when this body last took it up. An independent commission is good for Nashua. To go from a Facebook survey, essentially members-only group, to taking up a change to the Nashua Charter, which requires meeting a necessary standard, without a whisper, doesn't make sense. It's not as if the thoughtful, deliberate approach, it's not the thoughtful, deliberate approach that I think we've grown to expect from our legislative body. This happened quickly by anyone's standards. I'm hoping the folks have a chance to sit back and reflect on what it means to manage everything from City Hall having one voice because sometimes that means simply you have an echo chamber. There's a measure to checks and balances, and it doesn't appear to be an issue with the police department, but this proposed change will absolutely impact the department. Reading through the legislation, it appears to give a sense of balance, party division, diversity of people will be making appointments, but there's not a separation of power. It is clearly outlined in the proposal that the commissioners will be answerable to the mayor and the Board of Aldermen. The mayor and the Board of Aldermen will have the power to remove any commissioner, appointed by a previous administration, which just tells us that we will be politicizing the Nashua Police Department during every election cycle. Has anyone considered the amount of movement and uncertainty this creates for our police department? Have you considered the difficulty in trying to attract new officers? Nashua will be in the same position as every other community. I want to emphasize very strongly, the greatest recruitment and retention tool actually is that the PD is managed by an independent board of commissioners. To a person, everyone around this horseshoe has expressed their compliments of our police department, the staff, the officers, and the general day-to-day operation. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. Every commissioner lives in Nashua for a minimum of 31 years and a maximum of a lifetime. There is no and has never been any interference from any governor. The proposal before you cannot be independent. There is a very big difference between politics and local politics. On the local side, you shop, worship, bank, work, coach, teach with your neighbors. So sometimes it can be difficult to remain independent. I submit that when we need it, we need an extra layer when making appointments. Otherwise, you'll be dealing with running the police department as a secondary issue. Because as elected officials, you will need to explain your appointments, manage residents' expectations and objections as you try to work to maintain the standards and personnel that exist currently.
Your time is up.
I am respectfully requesting that you vote against this legislation, as it is not necessary as required for the charter change and would not be in the best interest of Nashua as a whole or its the police department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else within the chamber? Okay. So those on Zoom, please raise your hands so the clerk can see, and we will call you up. Okay, Sonia Prince, would you please state your name and address, please?
Hi, thank you. Sonia Prince, 49 Tufts Drive. I support the police department, especially how they hire educated people. They train to take steps before using force or pulling a weapon. And as far as I know, they do a great job at taking care of bad apples when they occur within the police department. And many of the officers do volunteer, and I see that, and it's great. What I don't support is political picks when it comes to the commission, which seems to only be members appointed who used to be police officers or associated like people like PAL, athletic directors, etc. How is that not political or absolutely picking who you know? Police Commission member Plant, for instance, is married to a sitting alderman right now who voted on our budget. And this particular Mr. Plant was sued by plaintiffs in 1982 who each asked for an amount over $200,000. The city of Nashua settled for an undisclosed amount, and what I hear from people they know, they got what they wanted. This is the best they can do for a police commission. It seems to me they picked their own. 126 years of men, except for one. Sexism is a big deal to me, and I'm not a fan of the Good Old Boys Club. It's embarrassing to Nashua. It's not an independent commission when they are currently not vetted. There's no public comment, and that sounds pretty political to me. Non-political to me is more sets of eyes on the commission, being vetted by 15 members of the Board of Aldermen who are elected by every single ward, and for the first time, the public would get a say. Things change, progress is necessary. It seems to me that the police department is afraid of transparency and fear of public opinion. Every single town and city in the state took back local control, except for Nashua. So I ask, what are they afraid that we see with more transparency? Let the taxpayers decide and vote on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Fisher.
Just for those on Zoom, you do have a 3-minute time limit. I'm watching it here, but we'll just let you know when you're at 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be conscious of the time. My name is John Fisher. I live at 21 Indiana Drive. I know most of the members of this committee, obviously, from either my 23 years at the Nashville Police Department, 25 years while at the police department, also serving on the board of the Nashville Soup Kitchen, 15 years running the Soup Kitchen race for food and shelter, and then 31 years of coaching either junior biddy, high school, or college basketball in the city. I'm Nashua through and through. And I consider the 23 years of the police department my great honor. After doing this for 23 years, most of you who know me well know I've been a police chief in Massachusetts for the last 10, but I'm also an academic. I'm a student of criminal justice. I taught at Riviera University for 5 years, and then 10 years at Roger Williams University in the law enforcement executive program. And I work for the federal government on the side, helping in a loan executive program. I have 3 thoughts for you. The first is this police department needs a separation from local input, and it's the national model. During my time at the National Police Department, we fell back multiple times on what Chief Heffron referred to in that investigation. When I worked for Chief Heffron, it was the word around the police department. You could do your job without worrying about politics. In 10 years, I worked in hiring. We were not influenced by local folks, nor should you want that. That's a political loser. I can tell you also that an agency I work for went through a time period of just 2 years where they felt it was not important to be accredited. We had an elected, small elected group that was vocal about finances, and that's taken me years to recover when we had to get back to being on par with accreditation. And I can tell you that this decision, I talked about it briefly, this decision does not match what's going on nationally. If you look at police departments that are embattled around the country, which I do, the ones that have had the most trouble
30 seconds.
have the most local influence. And the ones that have flailed the most have ended up with state, sheriff's departments, or federal input. I had one other thought, but I want to make sure I stay with my time. I'll give you a brief anecdote. Working with a police department in the South right now, I'd rather not mention the name. And I work regionally with Homeland Security in Massachusetts, and I offered up any of the agencies that I worked with. But the agency had only one place that they wanted to visit. They wanted their executives to come up and see, and that was the Nashville Police Department. It's a reputation that our city has. Why would you goof with something that's number one? The Nashville Police Department is very, very good. I would ask those considering this to do their homework, their academic homework, to figure out whether this is the right decision or not. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next is Tori Hack. Tori?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tori Hack. I reside at 21 Cushing Avenue in Nashua. I'm speaking tonight as a resident and also as a former Board of Aldermen member. I'll try and keep it brief. I'm not as experienced as some of the other speakers, but I think we all want as good a police department as we can get. We have a competitive advantage in a lot of ways with a good police department. And my understanding is that the fact that our police commission is independent is a competitive advantage in the recruitment of officers, as well as a positive impact on our CALIA, the accreditation agency's score for the Nashville Police Department. I've heard some people speak with concern about local control, and it's my understanding that the 3 existing commissioners have both been reapproved by the governor and the executive council over the past 6 years. And I would ask the Board of Aldermen if during those reapproval cycles, any input was given to the governor and the executive council about perhaps replacing or not reapproving existing commissioners. I guess that would be a place to start if we're worried about local control and we haven't been a participant in the process of selection by giving feedback to the governor's office. Then that would be a better place to start than with the resolution that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna Vale.
Hi, good evening. I'm Suzanne Vale, and I'm a New Hampshire State Representative from Ward 3. I live at 28B Norton Street. Thank you for taking my testimony. I am here to support the addition of the question onto the ballot for local control, the police commissioners. I'm really concerned that we continue to rely on the governor and the executive council to appoint our police commissioner. My remarks come from my experience as a legislator, but also as a constituent and as a voter. But first of all, we have extreme legislation and municipalities are losing control over local matters in New Hampshire. Several bills have sought to alter statutes on reckless conduct and to prevent public officials from making and enforcing ordinances on public lands and holds them liable for legal costs should they persist in doing so. New laws will cause changes in public safety and may even include how we fund public safety. As a constituent, I can tell you that I have seen the governor and his council appoint commissioners, judges, a Supreme Court Chief Justice, and has attempted to appoint prepared nominees, and there has been no acceptable response to the question of why we would appoint so many folks who have to learn the job from scratch. Most people in New Hampshire expect leaders to be invested in the community and have experience. I do. So as a Nashua and a public servant, and as a voter, I can just say that we are embarking on a radically different time in community development. And there are those who would like to see our city work a lot less well than it does. To continue to depend on folks who know so little about what we're doing here in Nashua to vote on who it is who's going to lead our police department and help us is wise or prudent. And it doesn't give the citizens of New Hampshire and of Nashua to say whether or not that they want this. And this is the worst time to limit their voices. So I look forward to having this on the ballot, whether it's by the Board of Aldermen approval or whether it's by petition, which I will gladly sign. I do want to warn people, just let's not cite political reasons for not letting the people decide what they want to do. I can see absolutely no argument against having this on the ballot. I believe in our citizens, and I know it's really time to listen to what they have to say. I thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Okay. Allison Dyer.
Hi, thank you. Allison Dyer, Wellman Ave, Nashua, New Hampshire. And I just wanted to echo our police officers, our great Nashua police officers are speaking up and they're asking you, they're pleading with you not to do this. And I would echo the same sentiments as many others here have tonight. I'm just begging you, as they did, to listen to what they're saying and because they're in this day in and day out. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Houston.
Thank you. Alicia Houston, Westwood Drive. Thank you for allowing my testimony today in opposition of the modifications to our Nashua Police Commission. I have heard local control and appointments by elected officials, and I have to say, after the past year and the experiences that I have endured over the last few weeks, the very last thing the city of Nashua needs is to add political influence to our Nashua, over our Nashua Police Department. The Nashua Police Department is thankfully one of the best in the nation, and I am thankful to them with all that I am for their continuous sacrifice to protect our city and its residents. I have been personally attacked by the use of the Nashua Police Department, and I sit today in support of their due diligence to justice. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and political influence played a role in our police force. Many citizens would feel unsafe exercising their First Amendment rights because many, not all, elected officials have deemed themselves to be the judge, jury, and executioner. That is why our police department must have autonomy to act in the best interest of the law, not in the best interest of the political parties. I want to close with a request for a public apology from Ward 3 Alderwoman Patricia Cleve for her false and defamatory insinuation of private citizens, myself included, in today's union leader. Nashua deserves better. With adding political oversight from inside of our city, that is not better. It will make things worse. Please keep the Nashua Police Commission as it stands and follow with the pleas of our Nashua Police Department individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Laurie Ortolano.
Hi, good evening. Lori Ortolano, 41 Berkeley Street. I want to speak in opposition of this, which has been consistent with how I have spoken. I think the very kickoff to this with the survey that was put out by the mayor was both leading and misleading. And it raised a question immediately on what was going on here. I don't feel that the citizens in general have really been given the truth on why we're making this change and what it is the city is trying to accomplish in doing this. It's just not clear enough to me. And because of that, I feel that we are being misguided on this. You know, I have had a challenging relationship with the police department, and I can say I don't think everything has been hunky-dory over there in my respect, from my perspective with my case. In several cases that have been handled regarding issues that I brought to the police. And I'd like to see some improvements on that. And I'd like to see the commissioners a little more involved in what's going on within the department. That being said, I don't think you tip the apple cart over and you feel like you got to start all over again. I think you let the system have an opportunity to correct mistakes if they exist or identify areas of improvement, and you work through that. I recognize the reputation of the department, and those that work in it want it the way it is. It's a 3-member commission board, and I think we should even think carefully about making it 5. I feel as though the commissioners are just trying to be accommodating with the mayor or some of the aldermen to say we would expand it. But, you know, don't dive into that too quickly, because if you have a good working relationship and it's going okay, accept that. I think we know that the governor, both Maggie Hassan and Sununu, picked these commissioners, and they backed who's there right now, a Democrat and Republican. We have 2 independents and 1 Republican on the commission because it has to be a board of 2-1. I would ask this board of aldermen that if you are going to move forward on this and seat a 5-member board, that you set it up as a 2-2-1 board, Republican, Democrat, and independent, because we have a large independent population here in Nashua. And that would be, you know, my take on that. Also, I would like a public
30
statement
seconds.
by either Elizabeth Liu or Attorney Bolton. One of the speakers mentioned a conflict of interest with Elizabeth Liu voting because her spouse is a commissioner, Commissioner Plant. When I heard this last time meeting, I contacted Alderwoman Liu, and she said she had a discussion with Attorney Bolton on this quite a while ago, and all of that was cleared. And I think it's very important to make a public statement on the record tonight regarding this issue, so we don't let situations like that hang out there and put a dark cloud on a situation where there's no dark cloud. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Peterson. I live at 11 Delaware Road. I serve as a Nashua State Representative for Ward 5, and I also sit on the Nashua City Planning Board. Some points I would like to bring to the Board of Aldermen for their consideration on tonight's vote as to whether or not to put this on the ballot or not is many of the arguments against having the new method of achieving police commissioners is that it would be, the current proposal would add politicization to the process. But I think if you look closely at the proposal, it's specifically designed to prevent the board from becoming political one way or another. And having 5 voices that are represented by or elected by the members of the Nashua electorate, I think represents what the community wants, more so than what politicians on the other side of the state would like to do. And as far as being political, aren't the board, isn't the executive council and the governor, aren't they politicians? To think that they wouldn't take political considerations into account to select our police commissioner is not realistic. So I think we have a mature enough electorate in this city to recommend and propose candidates, so we would have a balanced board of commissioners. And you know, we can do it ourselves without relying on people from across the state to make our board of our police commissioners selected for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
In summary, please vote to put the question on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew Guthrow, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys about this issue today. I've tried to reach out to my alderman in Ward 2, Richard Dodd, and unfortunately his voicemail box is full. It's been full for quite some time. And so I want to reach out to you guys today.
Excuse me, Matthew, you need to give us your address, please.
Sure, I'm at 104 Fawn Lane in Nashua, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to speak today. I think the politicization of this issue is going to be detrimental to the police commission. And I think we should keep the police commission as it is. It's come to my attention that our mayor's been going door to door looking for signatures and support for this home rule police commission initiative. And I wish that he would put as much effort and passion into a manageable and accountable budget practices for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cohn.
Okay, please give your name and address.
Laura Cohn at 30 Greenwood Drive. I'm in total opposition of this. I think it would be strictly for political reasons. The mayor has shown that he does have favoritism to the people he likes, just like Alderman Klee, who's being vicious and spreading hateful rumors. This is something that it's currently working great. You don't fix something that's not broken. And I feel that if we put it in the hands of the mayor and the alderman, it will be destroyed. Because to clearly show how much favoritism they have with the people that agree with them. This is not something the police need. They're doing a great job. The commissioners are doing a great job, and it's worked for hundreds of years. Let it stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay. Okay, is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to ask a good question. Corporation Counsel, would it be all right for the deputy chief to finish his comments concerning this particular piece of legislation, or should we wait till we bring?
If it's the will of the committee, you can allow him to speak, sure.
Okay, thank you. So would the committee have any objection for the deputy chief to finish his conversation concerning this particular piece of legislation? Or would you rather he wait until we bring it up?
No objection here.
No objection.
Okay. Alderman Cleaver and Alderman Clemmons?
I have no opposition.
Okay. Alderman Cleaver? Alderman Cleaver, I think you're mute. Okay, since we have 4-1, you may speak, finish your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just asked, will I be cut off?
I'm sorry, what?
I say it with respect, and I don't mean any sarcasm. Am I limited to 3 minutes?
No, we'll let you finish that
I
piece.
appreciate it.
Just please give us your name.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jim Testaverde, Deputy Chief of Police, Nashua Police Department, 28 Officer James Roach Drive. Not your fault, Madam Chair, mine. I apologize for getting up prematurely, but I couldn't have stopped at a worse time. So I will not reread it.
No,
I will not, I promise, but let me just remind you of one thing. I just illustrated several things that happened with an independent management committee, police, fire, DPW, economic development, all getting together at the table in 11 virtual meetings. My next sentence begins here. My most sincere apologies. I'm totally mistaken. These were not the efforts taken regarding the police commission resolution before us tonight. These were the steps the city undertook to determine whether or not we should change the current policy on overnight parking in Nashua. Overnight parking. For something as significant as parking tickets, the city invests time, effort, money, and research. They called all stakeholders to the table to include citizens. For something as trivial as the police commission, we received the input of 600 of the mayor's supporters. From the date of the mayor's survey to today, we have spent 75 days. 75 days with one public hearing prior to tonight and absolutely no education regarding the pros and cons of this proposal. As opposed to the 127 days spent on the overnight parking issue between the first ward meeting on January 14th until the final report on May 21st. Why are we spending so much time to assure that all stakeholders have a seat at the table to discuss parking tickets? While in regards to the police commission, the city is trying to ram through this major change to the city's charter. We were never contacted by the mayor or any sponsors of this resolution. Not trying to sound egocentric, but no one will convince me that the police department is not a primary stakeholder with this issue. We are all contacted by you all when you consider changing the speed limit or putting in a stop sign at a new intersection. For these issues, including overnight parking, we are considered informed stakeholders and you seek out our input. For this resolution before us tonight, it's been crickets. Instead, we had to seek out aldermen to learn what the current issues are. What was the necessity for the change? My favorite comments by some of the aldermen I spoke to about the issue as to why they would support a change of the police commission was that they do not like the current governor. When I pointed out that Governor Maggie Hassan appointed all 3 of our current police commissioners, I was dismissed. So the current police commission system should be changed after 130 years because some people do not like the governor. A lot of thought went into this one, almost as much as the overnight parking issue. One of the biggest pushes nationally for law enforcement agencies is to become accredited and adhere to a nationally accepted best practices and procedures. Nashua has accomplished this since 1991. We were applauded in 1991 and again in 2001 by the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, known as CALEA. Our current police commission model takes local politics and potential undue political influence out of the equation. One of your peers pointed out to me recently that the governor could attempt to use the same undue influence we repeatedly mention. The fact that this has never occurred in my tenure, nor in any of the stories from my predecessors, has also been dismissed by some. You only need to speak to former Chief Tim Heffron about what really has occurred in the past and why we fear this change. If the mayor or any alderman had a suggestion for a police commissioner candidate, they could contact the governor's office. The chief spoke to the governor's staff, and no one from the mayor's office nor the Board of Aldermen have reached out to Governor Sununu regarding police commissioner candidates. So how does the National Police Department stack up in terms of accreditation? There are 15 agencies in New Hampshire currently accredited under CALIA. 7 have advanced accreditation and 8 with basic accreditation. Nashua is the largest agency in New Hampshire with advanced accreditation, having over 240 employees who adhere to 459 nationally accepted best practice standards. Portsmouth is the next closest with just over 80 employees. As far as our neighbors, Maine has 5 CALIA accredited agencies, Vermont has 2, and Massachusetts has 5. In total, between New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont, only 27 agencies are CALIA accredited, and not all to the advanced level that Nashua is. Through my conversations with many of you, I have been assured that this is not a power grab. This is not playing politics. This is not an attack on the police department. We have expressed concerns that this could lead to elected officials having undue influence on the day-to-day operations of the agency, especially when dealing with criminal investigations. I have been told by many of you that this is not the case. So here's a real-life example that just occurred. Current alderman called the police department because a drunk vagrant is passed out on the bike path. The alderman does not like the police response time, nor does the alderman like the fact that the man was moved along and his beer was emptied. The alderman believed we were not doing our due diligence and questioned why a summons was not issued to the individual and why we did not force him toward medical treatment. By the way, I want to make it clear, I have absolutely no issue whatsoever with the alderman questioning the incident. He has that right, as does any citizen. It's the underlying motivations I have a great issue with. The alderman has been advised and knows very well that if there are any issues with a Nashua officer, he can call the police department and ask to speak to a supervisor. He did not do this. He's also been told he could contact the chief or the deputies, which he has done in the past. He did not do this. Instead, he writes an email to the chair of the commission, and the mayor's copied, explaining all that went wrong and threatening that this is why the commission needs to be changed. The alderman did not take into account prior calls with this particular individual, 777 in the last 5 years, by the way. The alderman did not factor in the prior arrests of this individual, 102, or the times that we did summons the individual, 41, or factor in the amount of times Nashua police officers have taken this individual to area hospitals for medical or mental health treatment, 154, 132 just in the last 4.5 years. The alderman did not take into account the fact that the courts have deemed the individual not competent and the fact he's also indigent, which means that summonses are ineffective. The officers have seen this individual released from jail, hospitals, mental health care facilities time and time again. Yet according to this complaint, we need to change the police commission and all will be well again. Perhaps efforts to change the Bail Reform Act or the mental health system would be better spent. Please do not tell me this was not a politically motivated move. The current example has solidified my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, why are we rushing something so important? Why can't we slow the process down and do our due diligence? Just like we did with overnight parking. If we're going to consider this enormous change, why can't we have real public conversations? We welcome them. Why can't we have an educational sessions with our high school and college students, at our senior sessions, at ward meetings? A good idea today will be a good idea in 10 months. It is summer. We're just coming out of COVID protocols. People are taking advantage of this and traveling again. Families are very busy this summer. Some of you have commented that we should let the citizens decide. Totally fine with us. But we do not have enough time to properly educate our citizens prior to a November 2nd election. I believe that this proposed resolution is an unnecessary and dangerous endeavor. But if you believe it is worth consideration, then let us do it correctly. We should get through the summer and study the issue. Then in the fall, when schools are back in session, we should have at least one community conversation per month with all stakeholders invited. A good idea today will be a good idea in 10 months. The citizens of Nashua deserve better than what are we proposing now. I thank you for your time, and I would take any questions if you had them. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Okay, so I think we're done with public comment. All right. We will go to communications. Madam Clerk.
We have communication from Susan Lovering, City Clerk, regarding issuance of warrant to Chief of Police for unlicensed dogs. I will move to recommend final passage by roll call.
Okay. You heard the motion. Does anyone have any questions from the committee? Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Kelly is a yes. Alderman Karen.
Yes.
And Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
You have 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, so without objection, I will accept the communication and place it on file. Okay, next communication.
Communication from Michael Tabasco regarding an opposition to Resolution 21-143.
So without objection, I will accept the communication and place it on file. So we are going into interviews. Mayor, you are here for a new appointment. Doesn't say for what committee?
Planning Board.
Planning Board.
I think it's there, Madam Chair.
It's not on our sheet. Thank you. It's all right.
Well, it's on the agenda. It's probably not on the summary or whatever.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. So I am appointing Mark Meehan, a resident of 65 Walden Pond Drive, to the Planning Board. Mr. Meehan is a full professor at Riviere and has been there for 10 years or so. He has a doctorate degree. He teaches entrepreneurship and other business-related and politically related courses at Riviere. I got to know him because he's brought his class a few times to City Hall to his entrepreneurs class to just talk about various things that are going on with the city. Dr. Meehan has expressed a lot of interest in being on the planning board and has put in a lot of work to prepare himself. Of course, the planning board is an important board for the city. He has attended a state-run training session. He has watched or attended numerous planning board meetings, has reviewed minutes, and based on all that is very well prepared to provide a meaningful contribution in helping to direct the city's planning and efforts to have a balanced development in the city. So with that, I will give you Mr. Meehan, who can tell you a little bit about himself and a little bit as to why he would like to be on the planning board.
Okay, thank you. Your turn, Mr. Meehan.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. It's a fascinating conversation to observe tonight.
We're usually very
respect for all
quiet.
sides. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I greatly appreciate Mayor Donches allowing me to be presented for this role on the planning board. We've lived in Nashville for almost 10 years now, and my wife and I have, part of my business career and training, we've lived quite a bit, different places around the United States. Also, I've spent quite a bit of time overseas. And after 10 years, we're really happy to say that Nashville is by far our favorite place that we have lived. It's a remarkable community. The people here, also the access to nature, we've really fallen in love with this place. I do a lot of work, as Mayor Donches mentioned, in higher education. I also do consulting with for-profit companies. And it struck me after Mayor Donches graciously gave time to one of my courses and spoke to my students about the city's view of entrepreneurship and really what it was for and how the city understood it, that there was room for me to potentially contribute to the city in some form. And that's why I reached out to his office and asked, is there any way that I could engage some of the city issues and become something of a help to something that you're trying to do? And the planning board was presented to me. After that, I really took an interest in planning itself. I've worked in strategic planning in higher education and in for-profit companies for quite a while, and I really enjoy that whole process. As Mayor Donches mentioned, I've read the minutes, I've looked over what has been wrestled with, I've reviewed the plans. I find it all fascinating, and I do hope to have an opportunity to serve on the board and make a meaningful contribution.
Thank you. So anyone from the committee that has any questions for the mayor or Mr. Meehan? Alderman Lopez.
I just want to thank Dr. Meehan for stepping forward for this. He was a former Ward 4 resident. He lived over by the Boys and Girls Club, And he really helped advocate for the elements of planning in that area with regards to speeding and traffic issues that were happening that were potentially putting the children in the neighborhood in danger. So I appreciated not only his leadership on that particular issue, but he really took the time to bring the community together, holding neighborhood organizing events and making sure that his neighbors felt welcome to approach him and myself. And like, he went much further above and beyond than your average leader would do, because he wasn't just trying to advance himself politically. He wasn't trying to be heard on an issue that he felt passionate about. He was trying to build community. He was trying to build consensus. So I appreciated that experience very much. We were really sad to see him leave Ward 4. Since then, he's continued to be a resource, offering students to help with different projects for economic development or helping with COVID-19 recovery for small businesses. He's very much community-minded, so I appreciate him stepping forward for this role, and I have nothing but confidence that he'll bring a lot to the table.
Thank you. Anyone else from the committee? Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am finally able to do this. So I just want to say to Mr. Meehan, thank you so much for volunteering for this. The planning board obviously is one of our top appointments, and you know the time commitment that's involved in that is truly extraordinary. I feel like some of the people that serve on that committee certainly spend more time than I do, or some of the other aldermen do, doing their positions. It's not an easy thing. So I just want to say thank you for committing your time to that, and I wish you the best of luck. I know you'll serve the city well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Clemmons. Anyone else from the committee? Any other aldermen here that would like to speak? Alderwoman Wilshire.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Meehan, for stepping forward for the planning board. It's a very important board, as Alderman Clemmons said. It's too bad you left Ward 4. Ward 4 is the best ward in the city.
I love Ward 4. I did. And Tom was amazing there. It was great to meet him.
Bringing Ward 4 to other wards.
So you've lived in Nashua for 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
You feel safe living here?
I certainly do.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, being from Riviera, I have just one question. As the chair of the Joint Special School Building Committee, how do you feel about school buildings?
Riviera's getting good at them.
I'm really excited to see the planning that's going into the new middle school, especially. My wife is a public school teacher and works and teaches at Maine Dunstable. She's been there for almost 10 years and has had many opportunities to go different places, but wouldn't leave Nashua Public Schools. Finds that the special ed program especially is remarkable. I'm eager to see how we keep moving forward with improving our education.
Thank you for stepping forward for the planning board.
Sir.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. You have some great credentials, and I know you'll do a good service for the community. We will bring up your appointment later on in this meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Application to license hawkers, peddlers, vendors.
None.
Appointments by the mayor.
I move to recommend the following confirmation: new appointment to the planning board, Mark Meehan, with a term to expire May 31st, 2024, by roll call.
Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly is a yes. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
You have 5 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay, motion passes, and Mr. Meehan will be joining the planning board. Okay, unfinished business.
There is none.
Okay, new business resolutions.
We have before us R21-143, proposing amendment to the city charter relative to the manner of appointments to the Nashua Board of Police Commissions. For purposes of discussion, I will make the motion to recommend final passage by roll call.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Do we have any questions from the committee first? Nothing from the committee? Okay. Okay, oh, I haven't gotten to it. She's not on the
Alderman
committee.
Clemens has his hand up.
Okay. Alderman Clements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So ballot questions are something that you have to be careful about in what you're trying to accomplish. And especially when they are put forward to change the structure of one of the oversights of one of our largest departments, in this case, the police department. I've had a lot of folks reach out to me and ask me to support this, to at least, even if I don't support the idea, to at least let the citizens of Nashua have a say on it on the ballot. But my problem with that is that we have a question before us that opens the door to corruption. And I don't believe that is a valid thing to ask voters. And what I mean by that is, if this was to go through, the appointments would absolutely be political. Depending on who controls the Board of Aldermen and who is on the mayor's, or who's in the mayor's office, will be entirely dependent on who is serving on the police commission. That is not a very good way to govern, particularly when it comes to our public safety and when it comes to how we run the department that keeps us safe at night and during the day throughout the city. So for that reason, we've had instances in the past where we've had former aldermen, we've had former mayors trying to influence the system, and they've been unable to penetrate that system. So in my opinion, the system is working the way that it is intended to do, which is to keep an arm's length between the Board of Aldermen, the mayor, and the police department. You have the way that we do it now is that the governor appoints, the executive council confirms. And while that's imperfect, it is much harder to get in touch with the executive council. It's much harder to get in touch with the governor to tell them that you have a friend or a relative that wants a job in Nashua. And quite frankly, the governor and the executive council has much more important things to do. And because they represent a much larger area and they have other constituents. So the opportunity for corruption is much smaller. Now, that being said, I recognize the concerns that were being raised as far as the diversity of the commission. And I would support adding 2 commissioners and ensuring that, not all of the members are from the same race or gender. If that was the language of the charter amendment, to ensure that we're adding 2 more, they can be appointed by the governor, confirmed by the executive council, and we're adding in those things to make sure that we have at least one person representing, to make it more diverse. That I could support, but I cannot support the board president and the mayor appointing police commissioners. It's going to become a political football, and I believe that it's going to make the process unnecessarily close to the Board of Aldermen, and the temptation for corruption is going to be too much. And while I have all the faith in the world in my colleagues here, we all know that elections change. We've seen it on a national level. We've seen it with our previous president, and how certain things, when when they're appointed by the president, how he would try to influence and corrupt. Well, there's no difference here in the mayor's office, that if somebody ran for mayor and they were popular, like our former president was, and got elected and decided to put his influence over the police commission, there'd be nothing to do to stop that. So again, I think we have a good system in place. I would certainly be open to amending and adding 2 commissioners to ensure racial and ethnic and gender diversity. But I can't support this the way that it is. It's asking the citizens of Nashua to open up our police department to corruption, and I won't do it. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on the committee that has any? Alderman Lopez.
I don't like that tone.
He always has that tone.
I always
I
have
feel like
that.
I've been a little bit on blast today, because first I had the issue with the Board of Health that has not been previously presented to me. But more recently, our deputy just insisted on having a return to the podium, which I supported in order for him to pass on, a message that he felt was very important. And that message was partly to talk about me in the third person as an alderman, and to disclose a report that I ended up making to the Nashua Police. So with the support, I hope, of Attorney Bolton stopping me from doing anything inappropriate, having made a complaint, I wanted to recharacterize some of what was said, because I don't know if the speaker had access to my actual email or not. But I would like to clarify that I emailed a commissioner, one that I have worked with in the past through the Housing Commission, whom I had more of a connection with than any of the others, and who I was under the impression to be more locally focused and civically engaged, and engaged in other partners. And the context of my complaint, I could actually read from just that part, is I think the commission needs to be much more involved in the day-to-day decisions that police officers are apparently making in these cases. I think there needs to be much more oversight of the partnerships that we publicly claim are happening, because the police on the ground are not utilizing tools such as mobile crisis response team, the doorway, or even the city's own public health outreach workers. So I have been complicit in this, and I have publicly commented repeatedly that we have resources in place, that we use nonprofit organizations when someone's in crisis, and that we augment our law enforcement role with nonprofit organizations with special supports for specifically people that the police may not feel fully able to support. The reason I contacted the police in the first place was only because I felt like there needed to be a police presence on site if I called the ambulance to rouse an unconscious person whom I was not able to rouse. Now, I have advanced first aid training. I've worked with people who are extremely intoxicated and extremely under the influence, and I've handled more than average crisis events, though probably not as much as the average police officer. So I contacted them because I know the individual in question has been known to wake up violently and be aggressive with people, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't putting anybody in harm's way. But my complaint with the police response and the behaviors was the dispatcher that I spoke to discouraged me from calling AMR when I indicated that I planned to, and said that it was okay, officers would be there momentarily, they would be able to assess and take appropriate action. There was over 25 minutes, possibly half an hour, between my first call and the response time. And this is on the rail trail. The person was unconscious. I continued to try to rouse him. Several members of the public stopped to be sure everything was okay. And I clarified to them that don't worry, the police are on the way. We are handling this, because there's concern when you see something like that. The individual is definitely known to the community, and we're all very much aware that intoxication is a problem. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't check and make sure there's a pulse, or make sure that that person is safe, or that there wasn't damage done to them that they're not aware of while they were intoxicated. One of the reasons that I made this particular call and was concerned about this individual wasn't just because of the circumstances of my finding him, but because they mirrored circumstances from several years prior. This was the day before we were doing the Tree Streets Block Party, and the morning of the first Tree Streets Block Party, an individual was deceased on the rail trail who was known to the community, was constantly intoxicated heavily, and everybody made a point of saying they knew him, but nobody really intervened in the way that was successful. So I take those things seriously because for years I haven't been doing law enforcement, but I have been doing social work, and I've been working with people who don't always survive the recovery process, are separated from their friends or family who are going to look out for them, and rely on the community for a response. So this is what was going through my head while I was waiting for Nashua PD to respond. When I called them back, they told me they had responded and an officer had checked and the person was well. So that was when I clarified, no, you didn't respond. I've been standing here with the person, with another member of the community this entire time. Nobody has come by. And that was when they deployed somebody. And I asked again, should I call the AMR? Should I call ambulance? Because you guys told me not to before. You said it was okay, you could immediately respond. I feel like I should do it now because you didn't before. And they assured me again that it was not going to be necessary. When the officers did arrive, they were able to rouse him. The first officer took the beer out of his hand and poured it out. The second one came up and interviewed me while the other was literally lifting and shaking the person, which, I mean, I wasn't told to do, but maybe it's a police procedure. So they were able to rouse him. They poured out the beer. When I pointed out he had an open container and a beer on his hand to the person who was interviewing me, he immediately was like, I didn't see a beer. And I said, well, your partner did. He poured it out. So then we started talking about whether there would be any kind of health assessment or emergency response. That was not forthcoming. They both argued that it was not necessary. They declined any concerns I had and said that basically if they even bothered to offer it to the person, he would just decline. That was where I pointed out that the person, I believed, had a legal guardian, and that should probably be investigated or contacted as well. The person who had been roused pointed out that she had moved away and that he no longer had, she was no longer living with him. And that was when it became apparent that that person was indigent or homeless, as I think most people would call it. So this person who's had hundreds of calls for emergency situations was sent back down the rail trail with no additional support. It was explained to me by the officers that they've found him in all kinds of situations. He's been hit by cars, he's been run over, and whatever. That's just the way he is. And there was no point in pursuing it any further because there wouldn't be support on the other side. I wasn't necessarily trying to criticize the actions of these individual officers because to me it seemed like there were systemic issues at work that could be addressed. And I wanted to bring it to the attention of the commissioners who were making the argument that they are fully aware of all these circumstances and are able to address them without a larger, more accountable board. That was the position that I was in. That's not the summary that was given to this board tonight. That may be an aspect of telephone or pass-through. Maybe the original message wasn't originally sent. If Attorney Bolton would like, I can probably forward it to his office and he can see whether it's appropriate to put on the record. I do know that the police report that I filed, the complaint, was put on the record, and I was initially approached in terms of, so you want to make a complaint against these officers, and I don't think the officers are to blame. I think if we are politically going to come forward and say, we have all of these programs and our police department is so high performing in all of these areas, we need to make sure that the on-the-ground officers feel like they can use it because none of them called the mobile crisis response team. None of them called or tried to make any connections with the Gateway. They didn't even call one of the several outreach workers we have at Public Health, at Nashua Soup Kitchen. They didn't work to try to make sure that this person was going to somewhere at all. That was what my concerns were. Now, I would have expected a report like that and some concerns coming from my experience as, I believe, supportive of the police and programs like Safe Station and those partnerships would have been looked at as something a little bit more useful than a political tool. But it was brought here for that reason. I had doubts before about whether the alderman should have any kind of direct control because it was brought up to me by a former alderman that there was a past investigation that was done in which multiple aldermen explicitly tried to interfere with police behavior. I don't think it's interfering with police behavior to advise them that there is a potential life safety issue in the public. I don't think it is politically motivated to want to make sure that a person who is passed out and intoxicated and extremely drunk is being given any kind of access to medical care. I think that's just responsible citizenship. So I did not appreciate it being characterized as more than that. I think the police commission has a role in overseeing how these day-to-day activities are done, and it's up to them how they're gonna do that. My final response from Commissioner Tollner, who was the one that I emailed, was that he misunderstood what the tone of my email was and that he would work on developing it. I had a much more productive conversation at the block party where the police were present and, you know, engaging with children at PAL and a good community force where the community liaison was talking about efforts that are underway to strengthen those very partnerships. So while I don't think this necessarily should have been politicized, I don't think it's been politicized only on one side. I think there has been a lot of lobbying. One of the first calls that I got on the issue was from the deputy himself, trying to find out what the story was, what the information was. And I was pretty frank with him that my understanding was that it was just an effort to try to expand the board, add diversity, and add more local representation. I think the politicization of it is a choice. I think we have the opportunity to put this forward to all of the stakeholders, the voters, and that's something we should consider. It seemed very clear to me walking into this meeting that we should be very mindful of not messing around with something that was broken, but I can't with full confidence saying now that I'm the target of what I believed was a first aid intervention and emergency call, having that characterized as political. I'm not sure what my rights are as a citizen anymore or as a politician, because is any complaint that I make, any concern that I bring up going to be now a political issue? If I was being investigated, I would obviously feel, okay, well, that's a little bit different. I shouldn't intrude on that. I shouldn't represent myself as alderman to gain advantage, but I'd gain no advantage from trying to make sure that one of my constituents is alive.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that is not on the committee that's sitting in the chamber that would like to speak? Well, she can wait, she's on Zoom, she'll have to wait. Okay, I'll start on this side. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'd like to start by saying I am opposed to this legislation, and I'll explain why. First, to place a question on the ballot to change the city charter, there must be a valid need to make such a change. I have not heard a valid need expressed yet. Just because someone thinks it would be better to change the way the police commissioners are selected, or someone wants more control over the commission, or because they dislike the governor or the governor's council, are not valid reasons in my mind to change the charter. As to giving the voters a voice in this process, they elected us to make the big decisions. Placing this question on the ballot of an off-year election, which only brings out a handful of voters, is not a sound approach. Each of you represent voters, so decide on the facts. I agree we have issues with the governor and the governor's council for actions that they are taking on many subjects. But it seems change happens every 2 years, and this process in Nashua has worked for well over many, many years. It's also not a valid reason to say all the other cities and towns have reverted to local control for their commissions, and we should follow suit. I'm not sure how well they have fared in these cities and towns. Do you? Have they done their homework? Certainly Boston can be held out as an example of just how bad political influence can be when selecting police commissioners. I'm your liaison to the police commission. I've attended almost every one of their meetings. I can tell you that the police commission system we have works exceptionally well right now, and I see no reason to try and break it. At one time, I was someone who thought the process should change, until I had a long discussion with former Aldermanic President Gloria McCarthy. He pointed out that there have been several instances over the years where different mayors and some aldermen have been investigated, And these investigations took place without local political pressure. We even had an instance where some aldermen were indicted and sent to prison. These types of instances should not be subject to local political influence. Have the supporters of this legislation gone back and done their research on these instances? It was in one such instance that forced this change many years ago. In 2004, the same question was taken up by this very committee, and it was soundly defeated. Alderman McCarthy spoke in opposition, as you have heard. I have received numerous inputs on this subject from constituents, former aldermen, former commissioners, and former police chiefs. It was all asking to not pass this legislation. Finally, my predecessor, the late Alderman LaRose, said in this very chamber in 2004, "The system is not broken. It works fine. I see no reason why we should be changing it." Most everyone I spoke with says, like we did in industry, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Alderwoman Lou, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, thank you.
You're welcome.
I also would like to ask that you vote against this resolution tonight. My reasons are basically, everyone, along with what everyone else has cited, that there is value in having, not having a political influence on the police department. I also feel that the proponents haven't given a solid explanation of why this is a necessary action in order to get diversity or in order diversity of race or gender. I disagree that the appointments as they are a very secretive process. I think with a minimum of research and asking around, you can find out how it's done and you can express your interest. I was told by one of the executive counselors that there has been, or there was a woman considered in the last few years, maybe within the last 10 years, and that woman was declined because she was found not to be suitable. So I think it's important that recommendations be made to and a dialogue be had with the governor from representatives of Nashua to express what it is we need and that we want. But what I'd like to do, my comments this evening, I'd like to, are related to the process of addressing a proposal to change the city charter. At the introduction to our 21-143, this board was told that an immediate vote was required on the necessity. In an email to me on Wednesday, May 12th, Attorney Bolton stated that the procedure last evening was identical to that used in considering proposed charter amendments in the past. But my research that's outlined below suggests that otherwise. On February 12th, 2013, a charter change proposal was given its first reading. The late Alderman McCarthy, as president of the Board of Aldermen, spoke to a parliamentary inquiry by then Alderman Donchis as to which step in the charter change process the necessity vote is required. And Alderman McCarthy responded that before the public hearing can be scheduled, this board has to take a vote on the necessity of the amendment. And additionally, Alderman McCarthy advised the following, which I quote from the same meeting minutes. Quote, "I would feel foolish if I had found it was necessary to amend the charter and then change my mind afterwards. So I'd advise us to be careful about the way in which we do that," unquote. According to the published and approved minutes of that meeting, Then Alderman Bolton, then Alderman Wilshire, and then Alderman Donchis were all present. At that meeting, Alderman Donchis moved to send the charter change resolution to Personnel Committee to explore whether it was necessary to call a public hearing on the matter. Prior to this 2013 meeting, at the May 22, 2001 meeting of the board, another charter amendment proposal was sent to the Personnel Committee for discussion before returning the matter to the full board for a vote on the necessity of a public hearing. The meeting of the Board of Aldermen on June 26, 2001 also dealt with the first reading of a charter change. And this was also sent to Personnel Committee for discussion on the necessity question, then returned to the full board. Again, the same people were present at that meeting. At the meeting of June 26, 2001, there was an additional charter change proposal which was voted necessary immediately, though, before sending to committee. At this meeting, according to the published minutes, President Hirsch gave a detailed disclosure as to why she was choosing to call for a vote on the necessity question before allowing discussion at the committee level. Those reasons, as stated by her and paraphrased here by me, were the lateness of the session of the first reading, the need to cancel the July Personnel Committee meeting, thus rendering August the earliest that personnel could take up the resolution, and finally, the time frame for requisite noticing of public hearings. You may be asking why I'm talking so much about process. Why do I feel it's important for a committee discussion to determine whether, why would I feel that it's important to have a committee discussion to determine whether a recommendation for a public meeting is necessary? It's not because I want to deny public input. It is because a change of the city charter should be deliberative. It should involve a sharing of knowledge and precedent and pros and cons, etc., among the members to allow the board to act as a body. As legislators, we're uniquely informed on the laws of the city, and we have access to research tools and also legislative assistance to identify the historic basis for an ordinance. And this can shed a lot of lights on points that may be considered germane to an issue. It's better to be certain that all board members have all the facts and merits of a change before the group votes that a public hearing be held. We had time to do that when this legislation was introduced in May. A public hearing voted on after a committee had fully discussed this could have encouraged broader participation in the debate and a more widespread understanding of every aspect of this question. The way this legislation was treated involved one individual with extraordinary influence broadcasting a call to action to a list of supporters. At the public hearing held before committee members had fully vetted the idea, supporters of the mayor's appeal attended and spoke in favor, while many other residents waited for the facts to be established. Allowing these residents to view the discussion at committee and hear and learn about the issues involved may have led to a more reliable indication of the will of the general public. I ask this committee to consider my comments when they decide on their recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Alderwoman Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I love Nashua Police. I think they are above and beyond anything that we could even imagine. Other cities look to us and understand that, you know, they've done it right. I first started working with them with the previous chief, and his professionalism, his care for his people, his desire for everything to be done right, there was no question about it. And our new chief is exactly the same way. You behave the way you want your people to behave, and it creates the best we could ask for. Ward 1 doesn't need a lot of calls for the police. We do neighborhood watch parties. Those are very important to us, where we can talk about what's going on in the city. And every time there's a policeman there that we can talk with, that we can find out what's going on, we can get updates, and it's a terrific option for us. But that's got nothing to do with why I want to see the responsibility for choosing who is going to be on that commission, to be here, to be back in Nashua. You know, before this year up in Concord, I did not think that I could be afraid of what happened up there. I don't say any of our commissioners now have any problem. I do not know. But I do know that what's happening up there is bad for Nashua. We've seen it with the bill to take us back to 2011 on our cap. We've seen attempts to make it impossible for us to say our schools can't ban guns. It goes on, and it's small and it's large and it's not good. Nashua needs to control this. Nashua needs to be able to say, I know who my police commissioners are. They're going to come and speak like the doctor did here tonight to tell us why they want to do this. It would be advised by, Michael, did you want to say something? Oh, okay, sorry. It would be advised by whoever chose to give us a name to start with, and then we would make the decision. And if I'm not here, someone will be from Ward 1 who will make a good decision for this city. That's why people vote. People vote for us to make good decisions. And all in all, we do pretty well. Has there been corruption in the past? Yes, even with the current situation, there has been corruption. There is no question. People are people. There are bad people, and there are people who are led astray, and we're going to find them no matter who gets to choose who's on the commission. But whatever we do, I really would like to see it added up to 5. I can't imagine why we haven't done this before. It's the 21st century. It's time to move forward and make sure that the board represents the city. 3 good men, no question. Nobody's questioning that. But they present a certain position. They are well off, they are white, they are men, and there's nobody on there to say, wait a minute, good job, chief, you've got another person who's coming who will speak Spanish. We need that kind of person on the board who's going to support that kind of thing. I had an opportunity to talk to the Kalia folks when they were here investigating and talking about our accreditation. And they were very serious, they were very stern, they wanted specific information. I could help because I was involved in some of the community conversations. And I was so pleased that our police force received the accreditation, the best. They are simply the best. I do not think that a change in the commission will affect that in any way. My vote will be to pass this. If people cannot accept the change in where the person is chosen, then at least I'd like to see it increase to 5, and I'd like to make sure that we put a balance in there as well, because it's time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Alderwoman Clee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start that I respect all of the opinions of those who have already spoken, and I respect all of my colleagues on the Board of Aldermen, and I appreciate that we're taking the time to have a civil conversation regardless of what the outcome is. As one of the prime sponsors, I'd like to lay out the proposed changes and why I support it. Back in 2017, I learned that the city did not appoint the commissioners, and we were the only municipality that fell into this category. I did question my colleagues on the board at that time and was told, let it alone, politely told, and I respect them. And as a newly elected alderman, I appreciated their experience. Over these past years, I've thought about it, and I felt that it was time to have the conversation in the open, and I think that that's what is happening today. Yes, we did have the conversation in 2004, as was stated, but it never got to the voters. I think that the voters deserve a voice in this conversation, and what better way to give them the opportunity via a referendum question. As I told everyone, regardless of the outcome, we need to have this discussion out in the public. So let me start. History. Due to the behavior of a few Nashua and other community commissioners, the state of New Hampshire took over the police commissioners in those communities. For Nashua, it's been over 130 years. In all of the cases, the state built in a way for the municipalities to get their commissions back, and all of the others have taken advantage of this opportunity. It had to be if the voters requested it. That meant that it had to go to the voters for the voters to decide. Well, after 130 years, and now being the only New Hampshire municipality to not have oversight of their police commissioner, I believe it's time. As you already know, at this point in time, we, the city of Nashua, AKA taxpayers, pay all of the bills, and we bear all of the liability of the Nashua Police Department. Their actions, their accidents, anything. Yet we have no voice other than in a pseudo, non-binding advisory capacity. The current system of putting in a 3-person Nashua Police Commission is to have the governor make a nomination of a Nashua resident. And I want to make that clear. All the commissioners are Nashua residents. And the ultimate approval is by 5-member executive council. To date, no governor who has made the nomination was from Nashua. Currently, the executive counselor for District 5 that represents Nashua is also not from Nashua. While he represents Nashua, he does not have a real dog in the race. So his decision as to what is good for Nashua is superfluous. So in summary, one individual, most likely not from Nashua, makes a nomination, and then a 5, only one possibly from Nashua, member council makes the final decision. Some may say that's a good thing, because then local politics can't play into the decision. Again, there's been comments that this is political in all decisions. They're politics in all decisions, and this is very true. The key with a local decision is that when an appointment is made of a Nashua resident, that person's history will most likely be known, and the vetting process will most likely be more thorough than it is currently. Truthfully, the current system lends itself to leave out Nashua taxpayers. So, the proposed system. The proposed system will increase the number of commissioners from 3 to 5 and have 2 different people making the nomination. In this proposal, the mayor will ultimately nominate 3, and the president of the Board of Aldermen will nominate 2. This will be staggered as they are nominated now. The sitting mayor or the sitting BOA president may or may not get the opportunity to appoint or reappoint more than 1 or 2 of the commissioners, depending upon when their reappointments fall. The proposed system will not remove any of the current commissioners. However, as with the current system, when their appointment is up, they won't be guaranteed to be reappointed because that will be made by the person who is authorized to make the nomination. In this proposal, once a nomination has been made, they will be referred to a 5-member Personnel and Administrative Affairs Committee, this committee here. They will interview the individual, and at that time, the public will be given the opportunity to speak for or against the nomination during public comment period, just like we do here. Once this individual is vetted by the committee, a recommendation moved forward for approval or not will be made, and the recommendation will be forwarded to a full 15-member Board of Aldermen. Excuse me, I need to drink something. Again, the public will be given another opportunity to speak up for or against this nomination. As you know, these public comment periods are extremely important as they uncover or give additional information about the nominee. Just like we are seeing here today in this meeting, we are hearing from all different people with all different opinions and very good comments. The addition of 2 more commissioners and the addition of a second nominating person should help remove much of the concerns that local politics could play into the creation of our police commission. Like the current system, they will each be appointed for 3 years. The proposal is written that no more than 3 can be from a single political party, which again should help to eliminate political party influence, much like it is now. I know that you already know how the BOA process works, but I wanted to reiterate it as more robust than the current system and will ferret out any person who really should not be a commissioner. Recent comments. First, I want to thank everyone for the comments, and I think that we need to take every comment seriously, regardless of what side of this conversation we sit on. I have to admit that I was quite alarmed by some of the comments that have been expressed to me personally, such as the creation of a locally appointed commission will mean a cut in staff, specifically minorities and women. I was really shocked when I got that kind of a message from a citizen here. I have to assume that those are the last who were hired, as I know our Nashua Police Department are very proud of the fact that we now have female and minority representation on our force. I can only assume that there was a confusion between the budget discussion and the referendum question. It makes no sense to make a leap from one subject to the other. I believe that rumor was created to create fear in the community, and as a constituent told me, we can't make decisions based on fear of something happening, possibly happening. This comment is not based on fact because I do not see a 5-member commission changing anything that already exists as far as staffing. This is not the reason for its change. It is 130 plus years of time that has passed, and I believe that it's time to allow the voters to have a say in who represents them in the city and not rely on the state of New Hampshire to get it right. In truth, I do not know how the voters will lean, but I believe that after this much time, it's time to discuss it and put it on the ballot. We speak of transparency. This doesn't mean just for any decisions that are made by any of our boards and commissions. It also means in the nomination and approval process as well. Today, there were comments that please do not hold signs and do not get involved in politics. But I know that the police chief's PAC did in fact endorse candidates, including our current governor. I agree that our active police do not hold signs, and I do not feel that they would ever do anything like that. Comment was also made relative to past very bad aldermen who went to jail. I do not feel that this is a reason to not make this change. Actually, I even heard there was no pressure put on the commissioners because they were not under local control. But don't you think if those who were facing an investigation would have tried to put on some pressure as a favor, regardless of who appointed them? It was stated they didn't. Also, there was a comment that the current executive counselor is from Nashua. I want to repeat myself. He is not from Nashua. He is from Milford. He does represent Nashua, but he does not live in Nashua. Sorry. You know, I've spoken to people, and one person had sent an email that said that this has withstood the test of time. And then there have been other comments like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't feel that truly holds up. I say this because we don't know if it ain't broke, because we don't get a voice. And as they say, we don't know what we don't know. I can tell you that in my opinion, that we have had some who have served on the commission who are not, in my opinion, upstanding citizens. And I feel if the decision had been made locally, that information would have been known and they would not have been appointed. Nashua is the only one who knows what is best for Nashua. And as a taxpayer and an alderman, I want a voice in who represents Nashua. Most people that I've spoken to do not know who the commissioners are, and not one person knew that we in Nashua are the only municipality who does not appoint their commissioners or have a say in the running of our police department. When the news broke of the proposal, I had a number of Ward 3 residents reach out to me in shock that we did not appoint our commissioners. And I had one who came to my door to let me know a little history of someone who held the seat of a commissioner. I was stunned that the person had been named as a commissioner, and I didn't want to believe what I was told. I did even more homework, and I now believe that the current system is broke, but we don't know what we don't know. I want to add that I've also learned of another commissioner who, in my opinion, should not have been appointed. I will admit that I've not spoken to our governor about any of his commissioner appointments because, based on my past experience with this governor, he does not take opinions from those who are not in his political party. Remember that every other municipality without state control, every other municipality is without state control. So I have to ask the question, do we feel that all of those other municipalities are corrupt? I don't think so. I'm offended by the idea that we are now being painted as a city who can't be trusted, and that is motivated because we hate the current governor. I'm not a fan of his, but this has nothing to do with him, as I know that our current and past commissioners have been appointed and reappointed by all parties in power. This is not a power grab. It is something that the citizens have the right to decide, regardless of the outcome. And I would appreciate a this to go forward as a referendum on the ballot. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Committee members.
Okay. Yeah, committee members.
Who does? Alderman Cleaver.
Oh, Alderman Cleaver, since you haven't spoken.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've heard various opinions about how the police commission is not broke, so don't fix it, and so on and so forth. I have the utmost respect for our police department. They do an outstanding job. They are the pride of the country, the state, if not just Nashua. It has nothing to do directly with the commissioners, however. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it is not necessarily the application that we should be looking at here. I think it may be broken because my experience as a rep in Concord is that Concord is broken and it is irreparable as it stands right now. And we need a lot of work. We have to maintain Nashua's commissioners from Nashua and have local control. The idea that the governor or executive council has the interest of Nashua at heart is just ridiculous. And we have to put this in front of the people at the very minimum. But I'm in favor of changing the commission as it is, as proposed. And I think that we've been very, very fortunate to have it work as well as it has for so long, but just very, very, very lucky in all probability. So I think it is up to the people to decide. I like the proposal. I think it's very thorough. I think it's very, very well done and will not lead to corruption as some have determined. Quite the opposite. I think that the corruption can come from the state more likely, and they don't know anything about Nashua. They really don't care anything about Nashua. So we have to have local control of all our commissions, and the people should decide. And that's why it should go on the ballot.
Thank you. Alderman Kelly, did you have a?
Sure.
Okay. Then I'll do Alderman O'Brien.
So it has been a very interesting conversation this evening, and I will start by saying that I believe this is an important community conversation that we need to have. And I appreciate that it has been brought up so we can have it. I know that we all know the world that we're currently living in and things that have been going on, and I think that this conversation is here for that reason right now. I also think that listening to our citizens is one of our number one jobs as elected officials. That's what we're here for. That's what we went out and asked for people's vote for, so we can hear from them. But this isn't a street renumbering. It's not a stop sign going up. And this is a change that will have ripple effects for years. And so for that reason, I really do think we need to have a longer conversation about this with our citizens. I don't think we need to rush it to the November election. I would call on the police department and the city of Nashua to do exactly what the deputy was talking about, which was have these community conversations. Let's have people come in. I mean, we had maybe a handful, 20 people come in and talk about it tonight, and varying opinions in this horseshoe, no matter where you fall politically. So I would like to hear from more people before I make this decision for 90,000 people. I also think that there's a lot of things about this that have been talked about, and I personally feel very strongly about, but I want to hear what other people think. So, expanding the commission, putting on people of color, putting on other genders, whatever it is, I think the experiences of the people who are on this commission will help them to have a greater thought process in terms of the things that they have come in front of them. I know that they deal with complaints from the community, and so, a more diverse group of people on this commission could really help to have us look at the things that are happening in our police department. Now, that being said, my experiences with the police department over the 15 years I've lived here have been incredible. I have no complaints personally, but I know that there are people who are not in this room who could have different stories, and I want to make sure that we hear those, we give some thought to those, and we really dig into this, because this is not a small change. That's all I have.
Okay. Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank my colleagues. I very much appreciate the passion on both sides of the issue to which you guys have spoke on this. But when this comes, and I'll urge you now, but when it comes before the full board, I will not be supporting this. I'll state the reasons why. I think we're ill-serving the people of Nashua. I think there's an opportunity that is squandered here. Number one, is there a problem? Have we answered that question? I've heard in the debate that this is, well, there might not be a problem, there is a problem. But the thing is, if there's no problem, then are we bringing forward a solution in search of a problem? What are we doing? We're keeping commissioners, but all we're really doing is adding them. Now, yes, there's the issue of local control. Maybe I could agree with that or not. But the thing is, I don't see it modernizing what we have here in the city. This is the year 2021. Maybe it is time to look at hiring a public safety coordinator in the city that is going to take police, fire, and perhaps even, emergency services, and to look over that and come up. What better way to look at to see if there's any redundancies in some of those departments, to come together and bring forward something that is going to be worthwhile to the taxpayers. But that's not the issue. As with our custom right now, we have to vote on the resolution that is presented. It never gave us the opportunity to properly vet it or come out with alternative ideas. And it's because of that reason I cannot support this. I think there is a better solution, a better idea. I'm not saying my idea is the way to go, but I think we together as a board could have worked a lot better in doing it. And by putting this together, this resolution together, and then handing it over to the decision of the taxpayers is too premature. I don't think it really had the proper work by this board. And therefore, I think it leaves, I don't want to use the word shoddy, but I expected better by this Board of Aldermen, particularly on something that's very important as this issue at hand. So therefore, based upon that, I'm not saying that your points are very well spoken. I think I can reiterate, I can understand them. I'm not a big fan of commissioners to begin with. But again, I think there was better solutions, and the opportunity to vet them has not been brought forward, so I cannot support this idea as it's brought forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone? Alderman Wilshire.
Thank you. I agree with what Alderman O'Brien just said about not giving enough opportunity for both sides of the issue. I mean, certainly, the administration has put their feelers out, and good for them, because they want this change to happen. But we as a board have a decision to make about whether this happens or doesn't happen. We were elected to make decisions for the people of this city. I don't think there's been enough involvement, except for maybe the list that went out from the mayor. I don't think enough people have been involved or have had an opportunity. And I think we give the department the opportunity to hold community meetings and to talk to people, and instead of shoving this on the ballot and having unintended consequences, I'm not up for that. I mean, it's been 130 years. What's another 2 years? We want to put it on a ballot in a midterm election where no one shows up except the couple of people from your ward that you know are gonna vote for you, your neighbor and your best buddy. Other than that, no one's coming out, except for, maybe the mayor's supporters, because they're not well-informed or educated on this. I say we don't move forward with this, and we allow the department and the commission to educate our citizens, because this is about them. This is about the public safety of every one of our citizens. And to rush this on the ballot, I think is a bad idea. I think public education, more meetings, more input from people, like Alderman Kelly said. We should really listen to everyone in the city about this issue. We're not gonna do that putting this on the ballot. We're gonna get a handful of people. We all know how poor the turnout is in these midterm elections. No one comes out to vote except your neighbor. So let's let all the neighbors have a two-sided conversation about this.
Okay. Mayor, I'll get to you. I will. Anyone else from in the chamber or on? Okay. So now I'm going to speak, because Alderwoman Kelly made some points that I had thought about. So did Alderman O'Brien and Alderman Wilshire, so I don't repeat them. But first of all, Alderman Lopez, I did not know that was you that they were talking about, and I apologize for that. But the other thing is that hopefully having this conversation, even though, I'm not sure if this was the time or place, but hopefully now the commissioners, the chief, the deputy chief, will take your concerns and have some conversations, even if it means calling you in. I agree. My second phone call after 911 would have been to ambulance service to see what we could do. But we don't fault the police department. We need to work together. And the commissioners don't know the day-to-day things that go on within a department unless it's brought to their attention. That's not their job. It's called micromanaging. Been there, done that. But I agree. This thing has been thrown at us to make these changes without input, without being out there into the public and having the neighborhood watch meetings and having that conversation, talking about, should we have 5 people on the commission? The other thing is, when you talk about diversity and things like that, yeah, we've only had 1 woman on the commission, not because maybe others don't want to be on, but they may not be qualified to be a commissioner. So you have to look at that, whether they're Latino or whatever their ethnic ability. We want to make sure that we have the best sitting on the commission. Now, you can agree that there may be somebody on there that you don't think should be there, and that's fine too. I mean, I've dealt with the police commissioners for 40 years, so some you could talk to, others didn't care. But the thing was, they did not feel that they had to kowtow to us as aldermen or mayors or what have you. The thing that, and right now it seems to be, do you know who I am? Well, that means nothing to me. That's not what we're about. And as Alderman Wilshire said, we're here to make decisions, and we have to make hard decisions. But if you want the public to vote on whether you should have 5 commissioners, that's fine. But November is not the time to do it. You need to get that information out there, and you need to have conversations. And it is not that the governor didn't vet anyone, any more than we would not put somebody on that wasn't vetted. And any alderman, any mayor, anyone can say to the governor, we'd like to see XYZ person on there, because they have some knowledge and they're part of this community. They're Latino, they're whatever, they're female. We want them to be part of this, and they're going to give us that perspective. But it does not mean that you've lost local control over this. You haven't, but you've taken it so that they, as commissioners and the police department, can do their job, knowing that there will be no repercussions down the road if they say, oh my God, XYZ Alderman is doing this. How are we going to do this? We don't want to step on anybody's toes. That's not, no, you want them to do their job and do it the best. And if we're named the best police department in this state, it's because of these things, not because we don't have a say, that the Board of Aldermen doesn't have a say. You have a say by just making a phone call or letting the man know, hey, I want Shoshana Kelly because she'd be a great person to sit on the police commission. But we're making this sound like, oh, we have no control over this. You do have some control. You do have some say. And if someone's term is up, you can say to them, we don't think this person fits. This person shouldn't be representing the city of Nashua in the police commission. But I won't vote for this, but I would certainly have no problem if we put a hold on this and say, here is what we want within the next 3 months or whatever it is, so that we can so the committee can make an informed decision as to whether this is the way to go. That's it. And it's not personal to anyone. It's not, God, politics is politics, unfortunately, but we have to look at this realistically. And whether it's 130 years or it's only been 10 years, I don't care what Manchester does. Have you seen what Manchester's like? We have a great community because we have a good police department. And sure, I'd be the first one, Alderman Lopez, to be talking to the chief and the commission and saying, hey, we need some help here. How do we do this? How do we work on this? I'd be right there with you to help you do that, because they don't always see the things that happen that you see. But working together, you can accomplish that. But I will not vote for this. I'm sorry, I cannot wrap my head around this proposal at all, and I've talked too much. Mayor, I'll let you talk, even though we're in a committee.
It's awfully late, Madam Chair.
I know, so we'll
Thanks
give you.
a lot. You
we'll
made me
gi-
wait 3 hours?
We'll give you 3 minutes. We're not even done, Mayor, so we have 2 more pieces to go.
So, well, a lot's been said tonight on both sides. I'd like to just mention a few things. First of all, when this legislation was passed at the state level, creating a state-appointed commission 125 or 130 years ago, sometime in the 1800s, the law also provided that because there were other communities where state control was asserted, the law provided, the statute then provided, that any community who wanted to opt out of this could do it by local referendum. So it was set up explicitly in the beginning that there was a way out if people in the community wished to assert local control. Now, all of the other communities that used to have this system decided over the years that they wanted a form of local control. Now, I think that many of the people who spoke against this, some of them, basically all of them friends of mine, spoke passionately, but I think they did not address the main point. And the question is, are the citizens of Nashua going to be allowed, pursuant to the statute that created this system, the right that they were given back 125 years ago, are the citizens of Nashua going to have the right to decide the direction of the Nashua Police Department and how the commissioners are going to be appointed? And I totally disagree with the argument I think the people of Nashua are fully capable fully capable of understanding this issue, of hearing the arguments on both sides, and of making a mature, rational judgment as to what they prefer. Do they want local appointments or not? And I can tell you that they're already hearing the arguments, so they can understand this. They're capable of it. And I just dispute the idea that they're not well-informed enough or they're not educated or whatever. I don't agree with that. I think that the people who vote in our city elections, and it was likely to be 10,000 in an off-year election, that's what happened last time, they're very well-informed about what's going on. So those points, I think, are important. Now, the idea that this current system isn't political, what, are you kidding me? I mean, how do these appointments get chosen? And it's political now. I hear the police department, servants of the people of Nashua, who as police officers I certainly fully respect, they're arguing to the aldermen that you should not allow the people to decide an issue which the people are specifically given the right to decide by state law. Now, to me, that's political. My efforts to keep the tax rate down, we're being slammed by the state of New Hampshire. $12 million are being criticized by the police department. Isn't that my job as mayor to, and I hear that in a private conversation. I always thought these conversations were private. I would not reveal what the police department said to me in our meetings, but but that happened. So I talked to all the departments about how they can save money and try to keep, especially when we're getting slammed with a 4% tax increase or higher. People can't afford this. I'm trying to get all the departments. And it wasn't just the police department. City Hall's down 3%. We took this seriously. We're trying to keep the taxes down. So yes, I did talk. I admit, I talked to the police department about whether they could save money. I admit to that charge in an effort to spare the people of Nashua a bigger tax increase. But all this is political, isn't it? The arguments you hear today, this is all political in the sense that, the issue of how much we fund the police or what the tax rate is, these are all political decisions. These are decisions that the elected officials make to try to implement what they think the will of the people would be. That's what representative government is about. So, Madam Chair, I'm not going to go on too much longer, but I've always thought there should be local control, to be honest. But other people sort of came around to the view more recently, so we proposed this. I think it's timely. I think the people can make the decision. I think that our voters are fully capable of understanding this and voting on it and making their own decision. I think they have the right to do that under state law, and to deny them that right because of the argument of some, to me is not the right thing to do. But that's all I have on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Alderwoman Wilshire.
Thank you. I spoke. I'm not opposed to this going to the voters. I am opposed to it going to the voters in 3 or 4 months when the only information out there is, boy, the governor shouldn't be doing this. We should be having local control. I bet if you asked 80,000 people out of the 89 who your police commissioner, I don't know. I'm just frustrated. They don't know the issues. I think they're a group of people that get some newsletter every week that know the issues. But at your general population here in Nashua, they're hearing one side of it, not both sides. I think that's unfair. That's the most unfair part of this. They're getting one side of the issue.
Alderman Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the mayor's remarks. I believe there was a comment about the Nashua voters are well educated enough to make this call, and I will just say that I am well-educated. I am on this board. I have been speaking to many community leaders and citizens for the last month, and I still don't know that I fully understand both sides of this issue. So to say that they're well-educated to just walk in and do it and not want to have that community conversation, I think is the wrong way to approach that.
Okay, Alderman Dowd and then Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, it's just a couple things. One, I agree with Alderman McKelly that this needs to be studied more. And, you know, one of the things is, I've been the rep for the last year and been to almost all the meetings, and so has Alderman Wilshire. And in all that time, I haven't seen another alderman attend a police commissioners meeting to find out what they do and don't do in their meetings. They're open to the public. And in that same time frame, I've only seen 2 members of the public. And at every one of those meetings, we get minutes, we get a package like this sent to us, and it has every police activity that's happened in the last month, every single one. And the commissioners get to go over it and discuss it. So they do have a non-public session to talk about personnel matters, but the most of the meeting is totally open. And if you want to find out what the commissioners are doing, I would suggest you attend a commissioners meeting or 2. So it needs time. So if I were making any kind of recommendation to this committee as to what action to take this evening, it would be to table this and figure out how you want to move forward.
Alderman Lopez.
So first I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for, I think, understanding my predicament with regards to the report that was referenced, because I could have just sat here and let it fly, but as I see it, that was an issue where there was a life safety issue, and it's an important moment for us to take and say, wait, we can't give up on people who are chronic alcoholics or, you know, may have a long rap sheet or that kind of stuff. They need the same intervention that anybody needs when they're in crisis, unless we're deciding that their life loses value with every mistake they make, which I think is an absurd position. And so this is a systemic issue that I was trying to bring up with regards to it. And I don't want to harp on it or go over it all over again, but I do want to point out that one of the reasons why I wasn't approaching the chief and the deputy chief specifically with this issue is because I thought that would politicize it. When approaching the a member of the commissioners and the member of the and the mayor who's in charge of the city side of things could point to these partnerships that we're publicly espousing and giving credit to and say, we need to look close to them. We need to make sure that they're accessible to officers on the ground. I think my intention was just to maybe put the mayor on blast a little bit for his mental health awareness committee that really should be involved in this, and better participation in organizations like the Continuum of Care, because it's not like we can't do this. It's not like we don't have the partners or the organizations to support officers on the ground who are being asked to intervene in these situations where they have essentially given up and have no sense of hope. What was expressed to me is that the system will not work for this guy. If they violate him, they'll never be able to find him. He won't be able to, even if they do, he'll just get out of it. Like, that was a lack of faith in the system where it intersects with human services. And I feel like we can change that. And I think that, I hope the commission will look at that. I do think that using that as an opportunity to take a shot at me when, I mean, I'm on the committee, so I have a vote. I get to decide whether it goes forward to the full board or not, was a tactic. And I think if you have an ethical position and if you really understand what you're standing up for, you don't need to use tactics. You don't need to decide this can't go to the voters because it shouldn't even have to get there. We can stop it at the Board of Aldermen meeting. We can stop it at the committee meeting. That's politics. Not just your ideology, but your approach to things. So I think we should refrain from that approach. And I think I'm much closer to my original position coming into this meeting, where I do feel like we can't rush this too quickly, because I hear the police and they're concerned. As much as we say that the voters are educated. And I agree with the mayor that the ones who come in an off-year election are more committed. They're not just like my buddies or whatever. I feel like you were looking right at me when you said that. But well, I don't have that many friends. But I will say there are people who are more committed and more likely to be following politics. So they'll have, I think, an informed opinion. Because otherwise, I am legit just walking into a lottery when I run for re-election. So I like to think that even in an off-year election, there will be an informed voter approach. But I also have to be fair to the other side and point out that we are in the middle of putting something on the referendum that was a on-year election and was completely misconstrued by the public's own admission, sports betting. So I can see why the police are nervous because they have a very good track record, they have a long history. And I can see why people looking for change might say, well, that history might not fully reflect everybody, because even very recently we've had some major social upheavals where rights are being recognized. Like, we are in Nashua, one of the most diverse cities in New Hampshire. And we only recently, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, had a large enough minority population for the state to recognize that we had a large enough population for the disproportionate minority contact. We've had instances in the city's past, and I know Mayor Donchis can speak to some of his own leadership on it, where there have been racial tensions. So I'm not shocked that we haven't had people of color on the police commission, and I'm not shocked that we haven't had a lot of women. And I don't necessarily think it's because there's no one qualified, but I would say it's probably because of a lack of access, and there wasn't a large population in the state of New Hampshire to draw from. So I can see multiple sides of that, and I understand that we need to explore that issue. I don't think it's a black mark on the police. I think the credit for how they perform today that we take credit for as politicians and looking at how they intervene in violent crime, how they manage their pop units, how they disrupt substance use disorder outbreaks from being disseminated to the people who are struggling with addictions in the first place, that is credit that they earn. Not just the police commissioner's credit. It's definitely the officers and the uniformed people. That was my problem with the response that was forwarded to me, where I was put in a position where I was looking at an issue as policy and resources and being told, so what do you want to complain about the officers for? So I think if we want to disentangle this issue and be able to avoid the politics truly, then we can't pit groups against each other. We can't say, if you vote to do anything supportive of the police department that they don't like, then you're undermining them. I think we do need to explore the issue a lot more thoroughly. I don't know what our time frame for this is. I do know that if somehow we did vote it upwards to the Board of Aldermen and it was just defeated at the Board of Aldermen, doesn't matter. The issue's not going to disappear. We can still do exploration then. I know that if it went to referendum and was defeated, as many of the aldermen here are thinking, it's, this year people are not going to understand the issues, so they're going to vote against it, we can still explore it. So I would say that regardless of the decision we make tonight, if we're going to take the police department seriously, then we do need to be looking at how its oversight and accountability is being drawn from the police commissioners. If people in the city can't name their police commissioners, that means they probably don't have a lot of impact, a lot of connection with them, and that could be a good thing or that could be a bad thing. What that thing is, I think we do need to look a little bit more closely at and explore.
Thank you. I know the police commissioners are listening very intently. Okay, Alderman Clements?
Yes, thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that, I'm not against putting something on the ballot to the voters, but it has to be right. And it has to be something that has anti-corruption built into it. And unfortunately, what's before us doesn't. I think it also doesn't have anything built into it to make sure that there is minority representation or gender diverse representation on it either. So I think we have some work to do. Plus, the other thing that I would like to know is, of the cities and towns in New Hampshire that did change it, when did they change it? what were the effects of doing so? Did they become accredited after that? Did they have commissioners that then took accreditation away, as we've heard happen in places other than New Hampshire? So, I mean, I think we need to do this right. And doing it right means to have a question that truly gives the voters something to say, I'm going to vote either this way or I'm going to vote that way. And it doesn't necessarily have to be what's before now. We can change that. So I agree with my colleagues here that we have more work to do. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez.
If we table this and do more research, is that just gonna deep six the whole time frame? I guess to Attorney Bolton, is that gonna make it impossible to put anything on a referendum, or do we have the opportunity to prepare more this time, or? Because my understanding is if we don't pass this forward, then it's gonna expire at the end of the year anyway, so.
Well, you have more time. You don't have an unlimited amount of time. I mean, if you're talking about getting it on the ballot for the coming municipal election this November, I suppose there's been some talk about it's not perfect the way it is. Few things are perfect. Any significant change would require another public hearing. It might require further review by the 3 state officials that have to review for compliance with state law. That is the Secretary of State, Attorney General, and Commissioner of the Department of Revenue Administration. But you don't have to act tonight. But 3 months from now, yeah, you won't get it on the ballot in November.
I feel like you just answered that for 2 questions I had. So I may bring that up again for the next piece.
Okay. Alderwoman Clee.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I can't completely disagree with the fact that the opinions that people have said about that we haven't completely vetted this and we haven't done this and we haven't done that. So I sound like I'm changing sides, and I'm not, trust me. But I do want to remind the citizens as well as the board members, there is an active campaign that has been approved by those 3 members for signatures to go on the ballot. They would need 1,539 or 38 signatures, I believe, in order to get it on the ballot. But we have seen in the past, the Nashua citizens do sign these things and they do get it on the ballot. So this could be taken away from us. So if we feel that there are some good points to it and some bad points to it, I think we would need to work very quickly to make those changes, because it's very possible that this signature action will take what has been written now. So I'm just kind of putting that out there. I think we need to really think hard about what we do and how we move forward. I would hate for all of us to say, oh, if we could have just done this or we could have done that in a timely manner, that we would then be able to make it a more perfect, or obviously nothing's ever going to be perfect, but a better referendum question. So having said that, I think we really need to think about what those unintended consequences could get if this question as it exists now is being circulated and has been approved by those 3 bodies. So it's just something to think about, and I'm not asking you to do anything other than what you feel you need to do. I try never to push my colleagues. You are all wonderful, and I really appreciate your opinions.
Okay, Alderman Lowe.
Just through you, Madam Chairman, to Alderman Klee. Wouldn't our informed citizens hesitate to force through a resolution that the Board of Aldermen has decided is imprudent? I mean, I wonder if there's really a risk there, or if it's an imagined risk.
I would never, ever put out an imagined risk, and I kind of resent that comment, but I will try to answer. I can't get in the heads of those that have signed, but I can tell you now that there are people that have already signed. I can tell you now that I've actually had people who called me and asked if there was any kind of a signature thing, which is why I started looking into it, and I have found that. I'm also going to tell you that my battery is really getting very low, and I may lose this committee soon. But I do have concerns that it will go forward. Comments have been made that people vote uninformed. Comments have been made that a lot of people don't come to the municipal election. So knowing that, I do have concerns, and I think they're valid. I don't think they're made up. I don't think they're perceived. I think my feelings are true. So thank you.
Okay.
Could I say one
Yes,
thing briefly?
certainly.
This whole idea that we're very corrupt and we're, everything is at risk if there are local appointments. I just want to defend the community. I don't think we are a corrupt community. I don't think there's corruption here. There's never been an example given of any alderman or mayor who has attempted to intervene in an investigation. Even when those people were charged, now that was a federal investigation. There's no way that any alderman could have influenced that. So I don't get what really the police department is saying about that. But this is, the idea that an alderman or a mayor would talk to a commissioner who would then talk, it's never happened. I mean, the only time that there was, a kind of a inadvertent intervention where a commissioner resigned, it was a state appointed commissioner. So I really disagree with the idea that, all this corruption would result. We'd intervene in hiring. I mean, I'm chair of the Board of Public Works. Not appoint a commissioner, I'm the actual chair. I've never tried to influence a hiring decision within Public Works, and God knows I would never try to intervene in a police hiring decision. What, are you kidding me? So I just think those concerns are maybe they just, I accept that the people believe them, but I don't, that are saying them, but I don't think that realistically those kind of things would happen.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me that.
That's okay. Any other comments from committee members especially, or any board members? Alderman Clemmons, I see you raising your hand.
Thank you. Yeah, to the mayor's point, I never thought that Donald Trump would be elected president of the United States either. And that happened, and, corruption ensued. I don't think that you, Mayor Donchis, are corrupt. I don't think that if every person that was on this board of aldermen who's elected now and this change was to go through, I don't think that there'd be any corruption. But what I do believe is that the potential for corruption would be there. And that's what we have to consider when we consider this, is that are we opening that door? And what are the protections and what are the things that we can do to put into place to make sure that that doesn't happen? And so while I believe, yes, that everybody who is currently elected would not be corrupt, I cannot say that, and no one can say that for certain in the future. And my whole thing is that, yes, there have been examples of corruption on the state appointed side, where the way that we do it now, there's been some questionable commissioners. There's also been questionable aldermen, and I can tell you personal stories of other municipalities where if you know certain people in the police department, you can get away with certain things depending on where you are and who you are. And it's a good old boy network, and we don't have that in Nashua now. And that's a really, really awesome thing. And I want to keep it that way. So that's where I'm coming from, and I really don't, we disagree, but the potential is there. We need to fix this. I don't want to stifle debate, but my opinion on this is that we draw, and on the other hand too, as far as the citizens bringing forward a petition, look, we can't control what the citizens are going to do insofar as a citizen's petition. So if they come forward and they have a plan and they get enough signatures and it goes on the ballot, and it becomes, as far as I'm concerned, it becomes my responsibility to speak what I'm saying here tonight and to encourage people not to vote for it because it's not a good plan and it's not in Nashua's best interest. Now, what we could do instead is indefinitely postpone this, put a real study together and get it on the ballot for 2023 and get something that's on the ballot that's foolproof and that doesn't open the door for corruption, and get the police involvement and say, look, this is what we want to do. We want to bring back local control. Okay. So how do we do that? How do we balance that with what your concerns are, which is to not do the local control? How is there a balance? Maybe we leave 3 appointments by the governor and we have 1 appointment by the mayor and 1 appointment by the president of the board. Maybe we have an elected commissioner. We need to study this. We need to make sure that we know and what we are doing. And rushing this through like this is just not a good idea. And it's going to disrupt our police department if it does go on the ballot. So what I would recommend is that we move for indefinite postponement and then set up a committee that studies it. That's my recommendation, but it's not a motion at this point.
Okay. Oh, Alderman Wilshire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Donches, I don't think you're corrupt. Just for the record.
Well, I don't think you are either, just to be.
Thank you. Okay. There are too many questions and not enough answers. I agree with Alderman Clemens. Let's move for indefinite postponement. Let's do some education in the community. Let's figure out what everybody wants and not just the few people that are going to show up to vote. If it's that important, we should put more time into it, like we did the parking study and stuff like that. This has had far less outreach, and I think that's what's missing here. So I would agree with what Alderman Clemens said.
Anyone else? Alderman Lopez.
I'm reminded of another time where I was told that we would form a committee on something and then never did after we dropped the issue. So I would like to table this until next month, and that gives people who are proponents for it opportunities to develop models that might not be as flawed based on what the public response is. And it gives people who are stronger advocates against it to organize people to and educate them as to why this is a bad idea. I think the police has definitely done most of the heavy lifting, but if this is really an unsolvable or immovable object, as Alderman Klee pointed out, if we don't do anything with it and we just try to indefinitely postpone it, then we're just leaving it up to whoever is willing to sign a petition. And unless you can do a counter petition to defeat the first petition, all you need is a finite number of people to say, okay, there's enough merit in this, I want to see it on the referendum. Our hands are clean. No one can blame the alderman and say, oh, you guys put this on the ballot. But that's still playing politics. So I would like to make a motion to push this to the next meeting to give everybody who's passionate about it more time to figure out what they're trying to do. And maybe in the meantime, we can present some possibilities like implementing it later, creating a committee to study it and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll have real solutions with which to, or alternatives in this committee.
Did you have something, Alderman Wilshire?
Yeah, I still think this year is too quick to get done what needs to be done. This is an important matter. Our citizens deserve this to be vetted as much as we can vet it. Pushing it off a month, it's not gonna solve the issue. I think, setting up a study committee, and if they feel that it should go on the ballot in 2023 when most people will go out to vote, then I'd support that.
If I may respond, I thought I allowed for that. If we set up the study committee formally, then next month we could indefinitely postpone.
So we can set up a committee tonight.
Okay. I just want to ask a question to Corporation. Okay, the motion is for final passage of this. Can we override that with a motion to?
It's my understanding that the motion is to recommend to the full board final passage. Yeah, a motion to table takes precedence over that. Motions to amend, you gotta put forth the amendment, would take precedence over that. Suppose you could amend it in its entirety by deleting everything and then put in some provision for a study committee. So yeah, any of those things are possible.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I clarify the motion on the floor? I thought Alderman Lopez was motion to table.
I did.
Yes, that's why I was trying to
Sorry,
verify.
just making sure.
Yeah,
I'm
okay. Did you have your hand up, Alderman Dow?
Yeah, I just want to also point out that if we're trying to get it on the ballot in November, it's going to be right in the middle of election system, and this is going to be politicized beyond belief. If we wait till the next election, the general election, we all won't be running, and it won't be politicized anywhere near as much. I know you don't want to wait that long, but at least you should table it and do some more hard work on it before passing it.
Okay. No, let me get Alderman Wilshire so she can, go ahead.
No, I just want to say that, even if we're looking for something to happen in the next couple of months, you're not going to find enough people around to get to educational, spaces, because they haven't been out of their house in a year and a half. They're all going away. They're all on vacation. They're all at the beach. This is the worst time to put this forward, the worst.
Okay. Alderwoman Kelly, and I have a question for you, Alderman Lopez, after.
Mine was actually a question and a question. If we put this on the table, I would very much like to have the city clerk here for the next meeting conversation. Because my question is, I believe we've talked about this in the past, but putting it on, someone just mentioned putting it on next year's ballot, putting it on a non-local ballot is very complicated. I believe we've declined to do so in the past. It's like a separate ballot, if I remember. You have to pick up 2 separate ballots.
Has to be voted on at a municipal election.
Has to be, there you go, there's the answer.
Has to be a municipal election. Okay. So Alderman Lopez, you talked about wanting a committee to study this. And Corporation Counsel said that you could amend this by saying to put a study group together, to take this out and make an amendment that this police commissioners would be a study group appointed by the mayor. I'm sorry, by the Board of Aldermen, President. Would you be willing to do that, or do you want to just
I'm not
table
comfortable
this?
doing that personally, because if we were feeling unqualified to change the police department's board by just voting to put it in front of the people, I'm uncomfortable doing something that I literally thought until it was brought up just now. I thought that the president had to create committees and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not even sure I'm allowed to do that.
Okay, Alderman Wilshire, bless you.
This Corporation Counsel, is there any reason we couldn't amend this to say that we are forming a study committee? And we could put that right in here and then put a date of November 2023 to have it on the next municipal ballot. I'm not opposed to it going on the ballot. I just think it needs more time.
You can't say now that you're going to put it on the ballot in 2023. You could delete the entire body of the resolution and amend the title and substitute in that it's resolved by the Board of Aldermen that a committee to discuss or determine or make recommendations as to the advisability of proposing an amendment to the charter to provide alternate methods of selecting police commissioners or to modify the numbers and qualifications of police commissioners and to determine whether it's advisable to place such a proposal on the ballot at the municipal election in November of 2023. Whatever that committee, study group, or whatever it's to be called, would recommend would still require going through all of the procedures that the statute requires. So it would have to be introduced to this board. There would have to be a vote that it's necessary. There would have to be public hearing held. It would have to be reviewed and approved by the 3 state officials. And then this board could then determine the final language. And if that was a modification from what the proposed language was just during the time of the public hearing, there would have to be another public hearing. So you have to go through all of those procedures. But yeah, you could do that. Now, what this committee does is a recommendation to the full Board of Aldermen. So the idea would be that you would recommend that the resolution be amended to provide for all of that. I think you'd want to flesh it out a little bit more than just say, delete all of the current wording and just say, a study committee will be established to look into it. I think it probably deserves a little more fleshing out than that, but that's for all of you to determine, really.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Alderman Clemmons.
Yeah,
wants to-
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. My question is through the chair to Alderman Wilshire. Alderman Wilshire, or President Wilshire, if we tabled this evening, do you think that in the next our August meeting you could come up with committee structure and a plan to move forward with a study that we could then amend this as Corporation Counsel has suggested?
Yes.
All right, I move to table.
I already moved,
Okay.
but thank you for your support.
No questions when it's tabled.
We can discuss the tabling. We've been doing it for the last 10 minutes, right?
No, it's not tabled. Wasn't tabled.
Tom asked to table it.
Yeah, we've been debating my non-debatable motion.
Okay, go ahead, Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you.
You got a minute.
I'm sorry?
You got a minute.
1 minute? Oh, you're gonna do the light on me? Okay. My comment is that it sounds like whether or not we put this committee together, it wouldn't make it to the ballot. If we do this commission and then make these changes, it would not make it to the ballot. So wouldn't it be cleaner to just put this down and bring new legislation forward to do the study? I would be happy to be the head person talking and making sure that comes forward in a way. They don't have to be the same piece of legislation, correct? Corporation Counsel, correct?
You can do that.
Okay. Just wondering if there were any merits to keeping it as this piece of legislation that I wasn't aware of.
If there are, I'm unaware of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but the motion on the table is The motion is to table R 21-143. Anything else? Okay, clerk, would you please call the vote?
Alderman Guerin.
Yes.
Alderman Clevens.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly's a yes. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this has been tabled. Thank you all. So now we're on to R-21-151. Madam Clerk?
Not
Yep.
so much.
This is relative to a ballot
And you know who
referendum
they are.
concerning sports betting. If you guys could be quiet while you exit, we can't hear anything in the chamber. Thank you. Concerning sports betting within the city of Nashua. I would move to recommend final passage.
Okay, you heard the motion. Anyone from the committee that has any questions or concerns? Alderman Lopez.
We approved this before. I don't know why we wouldn't do it again.
Okay. Anyone else? Alderman O'Brien, did you have?
Well, only, Madam Chair, I authored this, and the only thing I could say to the board, if I may, Madam Chair, this is a wonderful opportunity to allow sports betting in the city. It'll keep it in the city. People do not or will not have to go to Foxwoods or any other location in the state for this. It is covered under state RSAs, but also will get people into the door to that have some disposable income. They want to go out for fun and to enjoy sports betting. And also, they may sit down and, like what Michael Apwerg said with the United Way, if they so choose to play a game of chance at the card tables, a lot of that money comes back to us in charitable donations. We've heard the numbers. They're phenomenal to my ears, somewhere around $50,000 to $70,000, depending upon the venue and the time of year and everything else. And this is money that goes to a lot of the nonprofits that do a lot of good work in the city. So I urge you all to pass this, but I am available for questions if you wish. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemens. Alderman Clemens? Okay. Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly is a yes. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
You 5 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay, thank you. That R-21-151 has passed. We have on the table R-21-152 concerning adding 2 additional members to the Board of Health. Alderwoman Kelly.
I would recommend final passage.
Okay. Okay, you heard the motion. Do I have any? Alderman Lopez.
So I was caught off guard, obviously, before. I feel like I was completely mischaracterized, but I don't think I can prove it because the Board of Health minutes don't actually contain verbatim minutes. I will say that it is absolutely my belief that I brought this up at the end of the April meeting and the end of the May meeting. I do believe there's cause for it. I know that the May meeting itself was rescheduled due to one of the 3 members not having the same availability that was necessary. So I think they're vulnerable to rescheduling and those types of things. The videos of the former, of the minutes prior to December are still available. And I think anybody who's interested in watching the extremely long videos about the masking ordinance and reliving 2020 would find that it was repeatedly mentioned that the meeting needed to be concluded because members of the commission had to go to work, had appointments, had additional commitments. So I think the reasoning behind it, I haven't heard anyone saying, no, 5 people wouldn't be a more stable decision group. It wouldn't improve the level of quorum. The concern raised was whether it was easier to manage 2 people versus 4 if you were chairing. And there was definitely some support for the existing members that they've done a great job and they've worked. I don't disagree with that at all. I feel like I've been pretty public in my support for the Board of Health and the amount of work they've done and the difficult decisions that they've made. So I don't think any of that is necessarily in dispute, but I would like to see the discussion actually take place in the Board of Health meeting. And based on what Attorney Bolton is saying, we can wait until their August meeting. They're in recess for July, and at least have the opportunity for people to see, including myself, the discussion for the opinion being stated. The minutes are another issue. We just had a meeting where members of the Board of Health were saying they wanted to amend the way minutes had been reflecting their comments in previous meetings. And the chair discussed that with me, and my opinion was that they could, but his opinion was that he needed to talk to the legal department about it. So I don't think the minutes currently reflect everything that's happening in the meetings. I think they're a summary. And in the December, and in the 2020 meetings, they had the Zoom calls that were at least recorded, and there was the audio component. So you can listen to those live, but the current Board of Health meetings are not taken verbatim. So I guess that's just a disagreement.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion to table for a month so that they have a chance to review it, so that we have a chance to, or I have a chance to find out where the evident hostility was coming from, et cetera. I believe I communicated this in the Board of Health meeting at least twice, and I definitely had pretty extensive conversations with the Director of Public Health about it, who communicates with the board. So I thought I was communicating well with them.
Okay, so you're making a motion to table R21-152?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, will the clerk call the roll?
I'm Kurt now.
Yeah, Kirk.
Alderwoman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Kelly's a yes. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
You said yes? Okay, thank you.
Okay, that motion passes, and that is tabled. Okay. Ordinances?
We have before us O-21-066, providing for aldermen at large to act in committees to meet requirements that quorums are physically present.
Okay. Alderwoman Kelly?
For purposes of discussion, I will move to recommend final passage.
Okay. All right. Does anyone from the committee have any questions? Alderwoman Kelly?
I don't have questions. I would like to speak against this. I feel like this is very specific to the moment in time we have handled this. It's not a piece of legislation that we need. And I actually think that it could lead to issues with transparency and having people sit in for committees on votes that people want to go a certain way. So I'm very against this, and I would like my fellow colleagues to consider that piece and the consequences that can come for something like this.
Okay. Alderman Clemmons?
Thank you. I actually have a question. So I'm reading this, and what it says is when a standing committee lacks a quorum of members physically present, any alderman at large who is physically present where said meeting is held, selected by the chairman of the committee, shall be deemed to be a member of said committee pro tem for the purposes of establishing a quorum, being physically present and voting. Now, here's where I get mixed up. It says an appointed member who is not physically present may, in accordance with RSA 91A23, participate in the meeting, but shall not have a vote if an alderman at large is serving in his or her stead pro tem. I guess where I'm getting confused is the appointed part of it. Because why would the committee chair appoint an alderman at large to the committee for the purposes of a quorum if they weren't physically present? I mean, because that's what it reads right now. And I don't know if that was the intended purpose, but the way that I'm reading it is that, that's how that would go.
Okay. Alderwoman Kelly said she might be able to answer that for you.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond that that was my understanding as well, and in talking to the mayor who put this in, that was what he said would happen. So if, for example, this evening's meeting, you weren't able to attend live, Alderman Cleaver wasn't able to attend live. If I hadn't attended live, then one of the aldermen in this circle right now would have gotten one of our votes. Like your vote might be invalid if June said that Lori is on the committee tonight, even though you might be attending by Zoom. And part of that is because the RSA does say that we have to be physically present.
Well, if I could continue.
Certainly.
The RSA says that you have to be physically present in order for a quorum to be there. The RSA does not say that you have to be physically present in order to vote. So, you know, I don't agree with this. I think it misrepresents the will of the people. I think it takes away our ability to represent the people who elected us as aldermen. And in my opinion, the way that it is currently set up is better because the alderman who is physically present gets an additional vote on the committee. However, all committee members still get to vote. So in the case of this evening, if Alderwoman Kelly had not been present, then first of all, who would choose which one of either myself, Alderwoman Kelly, or Alderman Cleaver didn't get the vote? And secondly, why is that fair and why is it necessary? I don't think that this serves the Board of Aldermen well at all. And I don't think that we should move this forward. I think that we have a good system in place that if there is an absence, then you get an alderman at large to serve so that we have a physical quorum. And then everybody who participates, which could be the full committee, gets a vote. That's the way it should be. That's the way we've been doing it since we've done the telephone, since we've had the telephone participation. And I believe that that's the appropriate way to do it. We shouldn't be taking away somebody's ability to represent their constituents. Because otherwise, why would I show up? Why should I show up? I mean, this is ridiculous, and it should be indefinitely postponed, in my opinion.
Okay. Alderman Lopez.
I am concerned about some hypothetical scenarios where perhaps President Wilshire gets sick of me and decides to Harry Potter some last-minute meeting that I can't make, and then has Alderman Clemens show up to take my spot, and then I do log in, but now I can't vote. That would probably be pretty frustrating. But these are also pretty outside scenarios. I don't know that this is worded in a way that it identifies who the person who's doing the appointing is, and I agree with Alderman Clemens and Kelly that it doesn't seem necessary to take a vote away when the only purpose, the main purpose in providing that pro tem proxy, whatever, is to establish quorum.
If I can respond to this.
So, okay, I was just going to ask you.
The problem is that if you have 4 people, if you establish that 4 people can vote, you need 3 physically present to have a quorum. So it's not a question of you're having a meeting and who gets to vote. It's more a question of whether you can have a meeting at all. So if there are going to be instances where the committee has trouble generating a quorum of people physically present, adding members increases the number necessary to have a quorum. So, I mean, if you don't like it, don't vote for it. And if you've got better suggestions, that's fine too. But if you create a situation where there are 4 votes, you need 3 people to make the quorum. So just adding 1 more to make 3 doesn't solve your problem. Or adding 1, in any event, just, this was designed to solve a problem. Maybe you don't need the problem solved, but you may well be running into issues where you can't have meetings because you don't have enough people physically present.
Okay.
It was certainly never designed to take away people's right to vote or be ridiculous or take away people's rights to represent their constituents. I'm offended that someone would suggest that.
Okay. Alderwoman Clee and then Alderman Lowe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I apologize for my hand was raised. I do not have any comments. I know it's hard to believe, but yes, I do not have any comments. So thank you so much.
Okay. Alderwoman Kelly and then Lowe. I'm trying to get the committees first. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to respond to Attorney Bolton. I don't think anyone was insinuating that. I think the way it's written.
I heard the
is
word
that-
ridiculous.
Okay. I don't believe I said ridiculous, but I'm just saying that there's too much interpretation here and it hasn't been a problem. I know that myself and Alderman Laws have both shown up when we've been at issue of physical quorum. We both have, reasons for why we wouldn't want to be in a huge room of people, but I was here tonight for
I was
this.
asked to come up with something to solve the problem.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate
You
that.
don't think it's a problem?
No.
I don't.
Not up to me to vote on these things.
Great.
Vote it down. I think it's rude to say I'm being ridiculous.
Alderwoman Lowe.
Thank you. When I read this legislation, I understood it was, meant to solve the problem of people being unable to appear in physically. And I thought, if I were to suggest a change, it might be end it with the permission of the alderman that they're voting in place of. I guess that's because then you would have someone that can't make a meeting and they may want to hold, they may wish that the committee would reschedule or something. And so they might, not want the alderman at large to make a vote for them. But on the other hand, with their permission, then there could be no issues there.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Will the clerk call the roll?
Alderman Karen.
No.
Alderman Clemmons.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
No.
Alderwoman Kelly's a no. Alderman Cleaver.
No.
We have 5 nays, 0 yeas.
All right. So 021, 066 failed.
I believe we now have to move to indefinitely postpone.
And you're going to make that motion?
I am making that motion.
Alderman Lopez.
I would just like to clarify for Attorney Bolton that I don't think he's ridiculous. I appreciate the work he put into this and that he was asked to solve a problem. I think Alderman Clemmons might have been using a little bit of prose there, and I just hope you know we do respect your opinions.
We do.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yeah, I tend to get passionate, as does the Corporation Council. So I apologize, and hopefully we can move on from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is to indefinitely postpone. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Kelly's a yes, Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Okay. So we're not taking anything off the table, so now, public comment. Oh, Commissioner Tolner, you stayed.
It's like, wait, there's 3 pages, oh, that's tabled in committee, we're good, okay.
I'm used to spending meetings till 11 o'clock in this chamber years ago. First of all, thank you for your patience. During that conversation,
I'm sorry, do you mind just stating your name?
Jim Tolner, 1 Sequoia Circle, Nashua, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
During that comment period, there were recommendations back and forth where, maybe we should take some serious time and vet this out. And, I agree with it. I'm talking to both aldermen that are in favor of this legislation and those that are opposed to it, because I do think this is an opportunity. If we put in the right time and we schedule maybe work meetings, I think one example I've seen in other communities is once a month, and the public is aware of it, and they can come to a community, whether it's at a high school or whatever, and you gather all that information. I did speak to some aldermen that I'll say I think they were in favor of this legislation, but in those conversations, they actually said to me, I don't think this truly fixes it. I just think it might be better than what it is. And with such an important topic and subject, for those aldermen that said, well, I don't think this truly fixes it, or, I'm not in favor of this person, somewhere else making those choices, this is an opportunity for us to sit down. On behalf of the police department and the police commission, I can commit to you right now that we absolutely will participate in that. I think it is very important. We do dedicate a lot of time. If you see what these officers go through every day, you don't want to see what they go through every day. So when they come to you and they say, you know what, I don't know what I would do if someone said, hey, forget about what just happened out there on the street, or, forget about this or forget about that. That would kill me if I was a police officer. The other thing, we talk about investigations. I don't think anybody is insinuating that anybody on this board is corrupt. But keep in mind, 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 10 years from now, there are going to be different people in this chamber. I'm sure back in 1989, people were saying, the same things. So you do have a great police department. The chief is great. The commissioners work very hard, but I would just reach out to all the aldermen, pro or con, on this legislation. We welcome the opportunity to do a true vetting, a true community. When I say, once a month, it's not to push this out for, a year or two. It's to do it right and involve everybody in the community. I do think this was kind of rushed through, and I do think some people got some information, not all of the information. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I also want to, I will talk to Alderman Lopez afterwards. He did have a tough night, and I apologize for that. But that conversation I had with him back and forth on that Friday night, in the end, I think we ended up in a very good spot. And I hope that we do that with all the aldermen. In the end, we will absolutely listen. There'll be times when we're not allowed to talk about anything. But I also will tell you, straight up, there have been investigations of different departments in the city, in the last 4 years. We've done them. You don't know about them, or you may not be aware of them, but that's the way it should be, because most of those ended up with nothing. And you want to make sure that you protect people's reputation. So I've also had conversations with the mayor as well during this process. And I'll wrap it up with this, saying I always welcome conversations, with Jim. And we may agree to disagree, but I respect him, and I know he respects us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, there's someone else. General discussion? Okay, remarks by the alderman.
Wait a minute, Lori Ortolano?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Public
I didn't
comment,
see
we
you.
missed it. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
public comment, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
I couldn't find how to get my hand up on the screen, so I.
That's fine.
Your
Okay,
video is still
so,
off.
I want to talk to you.
Lori, can you state your name and your address, and you're a little bit soft?
Okay, Lori Ortolano. That's because when it gets past 11 o'clock, my voice drops down. Okay, It's Lori Ortolano, 41 Berkeley Street. I want to talk to you about the kind of corruption I see in the city, and I'm going to call it information corruption. You know, you have the authority and the power to take advantage of information and use it in a way that's against us and doesn't allow us to have access to it. Your duty is to allow us to access information, and you're not giving us that. While I was sitting in this meeting, I had a right to know response from Jesse Newman. On May 18th, I put in for some emails or communications to try and understand what's going on with our emails in the city, with this corruption, these missing emails. And I wrote all emails. I asked for all emails sent by the IT department or any employee within the ID department to Kim Kleiner for the time period of April 1st, 2019 to May 1st, 2021. Please use the following search words: corrupt, backup with a hyphen, Ortolano, Lori, internal only address, hacked, RTK, right to know, deleted 45-day retention. The response I got from the city said, your request for emails between a group of largely unidentified persons who may or may not still be employed with the city of Nashua regarding all IT technical and hardware problems that have occurred over a period of 2 years starting 24 months ago. Under RSA 91A:4, Roman numeral 4A, the city is not required to make available governmental records that are not reasonably described. If it is the city's position that this request does not describe governmental records sufficient for an employee familiar with the subject matter to locate the requested records with a reasonable amount of effort. Okay, so let me tell you the problem I have. You don't have a list of employees anywhere that I can get a hold of. I can't give the names of who's in the IT department because I don't know who those people are. And up until 2015, the names of the employees were in the CAFR reports that were published every year, but you stopped doing it. So tonight I wrote right to knows to get the pay stubs of every employee in the city. And then also I tried that through finance and then put one in through human resources to get a form that might be signed by an employee when they become an employee of the city. Go through the file and get me a public form that I can get the name of that employee off of so I can generate a list. It's obnoxious that I am denied information because you don't have a list, and I have to write right to knows like that. So when Attorney Bolton says that, you know, we don't ever want to take away your rights, he certainly does. And I do find that ridiculous, and it offends me. And this is what he is doing in that legal office when I get right to knows written like this. Now, an employee tonight gave me the list of people in the IT department. I was lucky. You won't do that for me and haven't for 2 years. This is obnoxious. This is information corruption, and Attorney Bolton has to go.
Your
It's
3
not
minutes
right.
is done.
Okay, well, you gave Tolner 4, so.
I didn't give him 4.
You certainly did. I ran my timer. You did.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, you know, no alderman has been willing to help me in 2.5 years on this. And anyone who's running, I'm going to be staunchly opposed to you. I've had to climb a hill.
Okay, your time is up, Ms. Olano. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if I
House-
may.
Yes, Corporation.
Kim Kleiner, during the time we've been at this meeting, Kim Kleiner responded to Mrs. Ortolano's request for a list of employees in IT and gave her a list of all the employees in IT. She also did not read fully the correspondence that she received today from Jesse Newman. And yes, her request was overly broad. Nevertheless, we did provide her with all the available emails received by Kim Kleiner from the IT department, anyone in the IT department. So she conveniently leaves those things out.
Thank you.
You should be aware that the situation is not as it was described to you.
I believe I see Beth.
Yes, hi. Beth Scare, 111 East Hobart Street. I just wanted to tell you how upset I am with the way Steve Bolton, Attorney Bolton, treated Alderman Liu at a recent meeting. I think she deserves a lot more respect than that. She's one of the aldermen that asks a lot of questions, and that's what we really need on the board. And I'm very concerned that Alderman Klee has gone after a couple of school board candidates about a picture that was taken that she knows nothing about, but she has concocted this story that they are associated with a hate group. And now we're in danger. The city's in danger because of this ridiculous picture. The whole story is unbelievable, and it's really concerning that she would concoct such a story. And if she's so afraid, has she called the police about it? Has she contacted the police to ask them to investigate this horrible hate group that she's so afraid of? So please, I'm asking Alderman Klee and Attorney Bolton to please think before you say things about people that aren't true. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've never said a single thing. It's not true.
Okay, remarks by the alderman. All right, we'll start with committee members. Alderman Lopez.
I just would like to comment that I do think we do need to work a little bit more to foster a tolerant atmosphere of respect here. But I also think we have been dealing with some amazing pressures over the last couple of months, dealing with some major issues that probably none of us foresaw when we ran for election or re-election, and that we should be mindful of that and respectful, not only in the public forum, but in the private forum as well. With regards to the comments that were made in public, I would say we have one member of the public who is looking for a directory of email of employees who has herself absolutely hired private investigators to investigate them, does not consider that any kind of invasion of privacy, and seems to use any form of data that she gets her hands on for her own purposes. I don't know what the city's ability is to protect private information or anything on, to allow any kind of dignity to remain to our public employees who have decided to work for the city, have taken on a job that may advance them professionally and in a career capacity, but they did not sign their life or their rights away. And there's an increasingly belligerent and disrespectful cohort of people who just seem to demand the highest level of respect for themselves while treating our city staff like less than human rights. That's frustrating for me. And I would point out that the most recent speaker, well, she does have an adorable cat, is objecting to an alderman saying what she knows and expressing her opinions. Whether they are valid or not, I'm not sure. I've heard the rumors as well that some of the individuals campaigning for school board knew the individual who wore the Proud Boys t-shirt. That was at least a lapse of judgment, if not an outwardly threatening act to people who the Proud Boys do not approve of. And I would urge that speaker to consider the possibility that she herself, in proudly displaying her opinions about men and women's rights exclusively, may also be threatening to people who are transgender. Because I think we all got used to talking over the internet and over Zoom, and we sort of reduced our professionalism and our politeness and our courtesy correspondingly, and we need to get back into the habit of recognizing that when we do things in public and we act in public, it has consequences for other people that we're not anticipating.
Thank you. Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the public commenter who insinuated that a other board member concocted the story around the Proud Boys member who came to the school board meeting. He was absolutely in photos at that school board meeting. He's in a photo with people who are running for elected office with the white supremacy sign being held up. So I don't know why anyone on this board or anyone outside of this board would have any reason to concoct that story. And I would hope that anyone running for office would denounce that.
Thank you. Alderwoman Lou, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to say on June 22nd, I was humiliated and shocked to be interrupted while I held the floor in this chamber, and I was slandered. It was asserted that I was lying, and that what I said was a blatant lie. I've sent all of you an email that documented the many times I've had correspondence with this person, and the many times I've apologized, and the fact that apology was not accepted. And I want to thank those of you who reached out to me to offer their support, and thank you for taking the time to read my position on it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Alderwoman Clee.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I want to take a moment of personal privilege relative to the attacks that were made on me tonight. I will not start a war of words, but I will state emphatically that I will not apologize for what I said at the Board of Aldermen meeting. And I have not concocted any scenario. And truthfully, I was not the first person to make the comment at that meeting. The comments I made are truthful. I want to make it very clear that I also did not speak to anyone at the union leader. And in truth, I almost never speak to anyone, anyone in the press, either as an alderman or a state rep. I even try my very best not to use social media because of the political polarization that it creates. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I may be quoted, but they are taking it from my comments and statements at a board meeting. In this case, they took my comments out of context, and truthfully, I am disappointed in the reporting of the meeting and even more disappointed in the hateful comments from the citizens today. I have noticed an increase in attacks on me personally, and I'm very confused by it. I can only assume that they're politically motivated and to ruin my very good reputation. The truth is, I believe that I'm an extremely giving and kind person. And while I may seem a bit arrogant in that last comment, it really wasn't meant to be. I've almost always put my personal needs behind those of my constituents, my friends, and my family, to the detriment of my own health and personal life. I'm not complaining because the best job I've ever had is being the Ward 3 Alderman. And I've had some really great jobs. I truly don't understand these recent attacks, and I'm truly hurt by those hateful words. But having said that, I will always listen to what everyone has to say, regardless of whether I agree with them. And I appreciate my fellow board members for standing up and speaking out. And I do want to make it very clear, I was not the first person that brought up what had happened at the Board of Aldermen meeting, nor that picture. But for some reason, I seem to be the one attacked, and I can only assume it's because I am running in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Clemens.
Thank you very much. I hope that, all I can say is this, and this is directly to Attorney Bolton, and that is that, after hearing public comment this evening, I can understand why you snapped at me. I don't have to live with people assaulting my character every single day and everything in my profession and everything that I do every single day. So yeah, I can understand your frustration 100%. And I just want to say you're doing a good job. Keep up the good work. We may disagree from time to time, but that's what people are saying about you and your staff and everything else is just unacceptable and untrue. And I'm really sorry to hear it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few words. First of all, thank you, Corporation Counsel, for staying to our personnel meeting because of all the controversy with some of these resolutions and guiding us to put where we need to go. The other thing is, Alderman Lopez, I agree with you. I have worked for the city between my job and this job almost 50 years, and I have never seen such disrespect and rudeness in people today. City employees take these jobs because they want to give back to their community. They work hard. And when you see people making terrible remarks about them, it just blows me away. I just cannot understand why they would talk this way. I mean, we've had issues over the years with employees, craziness and things, but no way do people need to be disrespectful of each other. You can disagree. You don't have to agree with someone every time, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't be personal. It's about your decision as to what you feel is right for your community. I don't care if we disagree on every vote that goes down there, but I respect you as a person. And I think the problem with some of the public is they think that they can come here and just spout off and complain and accuse people of doing things when we as a board don't have all that information. We don't know the ins and outs of the day-to-day work that employees do. And you're right, they have a right to privacy, and no one should be digging into their lives and making statements. That's totally uncalled for. Nobody goes to a private company and demands names of all the employees and where they live, and so they can investigate them for their own purposes. I find it very, very sad. I know it's been a tough year and a half, but there is no need for disrespect to anyone down here. I'm overwhelmed sometimes when I leave here because of the way people talk to each other. And I don't think anybody in this chamber means to be rude or disrespectful to each other. And if they are, then they have to live with that when they go home. But at the end of the day, you all have a job to do. And I know you all do it to the best of your ability. Thank you. Now, Alderman Wilshire,
I know I'm not on the committee, but,
you're fine.
okay. I just want
You're
to
the president.
I just want to thank all of our city employees, the police department who is here tonight, the fire department who's been here, all our city workers who work really hard and have all been through a rough year and a half like the rest of us. I also want to thank the legal department for their work and everything they put up with, demands and complaints, and I think through it all, we have a really good staff citywide. So I just like to see people, appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Clerk, do we have a motion?
Move to adjourn by roll call.
Okay, you heard the motion to adjourn. Any complaints? No? Call the roll.
Alderman Karen.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
No.
You can stay here and
Alderwoman
shut the
Kelly is
lights.
a heck yeah. Alderman Cleaver.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried, and we are adjourned at 11:22 p.m. Good night, all. Hopefully, you have nothing to do tomorrow.
I was literally waiting for you to crack, but you did not.
You didn't say anything.
You're welcome. So, when I came in here, I